welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something a little bit different, something special. Welcome to the 2v2, or I should say, uThermal's 2v2 Circuit January 2025 edition replay cast. I'm, of course, your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing people in the chat, as well as all these amazing players and my bad plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to again a 2v2 tournament. It's a bit of a rarity here on the CranKy Ducklings, and I will fix up the title. Hold on. I got you covered. I got you covered. But yeah, it is a bit of a rarity that we do have here on the CranKy Ducklings. But 2v2 events and team game tournaments have been on the rise as of late. Over the past maybe 6 months or so, maybe even past 4 months, we've seen some of these tournament organizers kind of like pique their interest in team games and in these tournaments and host them more regularly. And it's been really exciting to see this format gain traction once again. It's been a while. It's been a long time since 2v2 has really had any major competitive circuit or any kind of really any thoughts taken seriously when it comes to 2v2 as a format. So yeah, recently we've been having, of course, Wardy. He's been hosting his team game events. Ursasaurus alongside Steadfast, they've been hosting their events, and now uThermal has stepped into the ring as well. Oh boy, here we go. Now again, this is a replay cast. These events did take place less than a week ago. We were there at the time. We were there, of course, as always, but we were busy adminning. Shout out to Kuro, shout out to Kerwin, and myself as well. The three of us, we were adminning this event. Because of that, we could not cast it live at the time. Instead, uThermal, he was actually competing in the event and then covering it later on, at least covering the semifinals. So yeah, with that, we were able to, we were able to at least, be there for the event, but we weren't able to cover it ourselves until now. We have the replays, and now we can go into the coverage, into our matches. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. As you can imagine, when it comes to the replays that we were provided, we have all of uThermal's games. He was kind enough to provide them to us, so big shout out to Mark, aka uThermal. As up first, we have uThermal and Goblin going up against a more amateur team. Again, uThermal did team up with Goblin. They did stream their POV at the time. There were some big teams getting involved here in this tournament, like Wayne versus Milky Cow, Wayne and Milky Cow. We had Big Gabe and Status, and we also had, I want to say, Spirit and MaxPax and Clem and Trigger. So a lot of really fun duos, a lot of really competitive teams did take place in this event. Also, I should reiterate as well, this was funded by uThermal's community, and I believe uThermal, he has funding to host this event for the foreseeable future, and it's going to be a monthly tournament. It's going to be a monthly event, and there were so many signups to this tournament as well. The reason why he enlisted our help to admin is because there were over 100, or I would say just around 100 players. Around 100 players did take part in this event, and we had to make sure that, especially because a lot of the players that competed, it was their first time competing. Like a lot of them were just uThermal's viewers, and maybe they hadn't made lobbies before, or done vetoes before, or gone through the server selection before, and just a little bit less experienced in that kind of aspect of StarCraft. So we were there to make sure that everyone knew what was going on, to make sure that everyone was able to find each other as well, and make sure that everything was running as smoothly as possible. So bam, honestly, it was really fun. It was really fun running the event. And now we can jump into the matches themselves. Also, a big shout out to OP Zesty in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And hope you had a great time. Welcome, one and all, to the replay cast of uThermal's 2v2 Circuit. Likewise, also a big shout out to Heisenberg as well. Thank you so much earlier for resubscribing for 4 months. Thank you. Thank you so much, as we are about to jump into our first game of the night. Alright, going to be jumping into our first game. Again, following uThermal and Goblin as they dive into a PvZ, kind of. Here we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Arctic Flowers LE, we have the Croatian Terran player, not Brodos. He is rolling Terran. Likewise, alongside his teammates, we have Goblin and uThermal. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the duo between Fluffy and Peekaboo. When it comes to the intros, they are going to be looking a little bit scuffed. Do apologize for that, but It's fine. It'll be fine, Pappy. It'll be fine. The application that we use for intros doesn't really like the 2v2 format, so it breaks a little bit. It'll be fine. As we said, Lynn. Okay, so first we have a TVT here. Sorry, I say TVT. We have a Terran duo here from uThermal and Goblin. I'll be honest, I'm not really too familiar with Goblin's off-race, so I don't really know what to expect. Likewise, the 2v2 meta is very different as well. Typically, I want to say, especially in a longer later game on larger maps, Terran and Protoss teams are ideal, just because Protoss, they can embrace Skytoss, Terran can embrace Mech, and they work very well together here in unison. And we'll be getting there, I'm sure, later on in the event. But now, Double Terran is going to be an interesting duality here. Likewise, across the map, we have our Zerg and Protoss as well, getting into our openers. Hatch, Gas Full, Standard Opener out of Peekaboo. Fluffy, likewise, going for a Gate Expand. Everything looking as it should. Again, I'm unfamiliar with Peekaboo and Fluffy. I don't know what skill level they are, but when it comes to the openers, they are quite standard, quite crisp, so they at least know how they're getting into this. Meanwhile, from the side of the Terran here, we do have our follow-up. Okay, we have our initial Raxes into our factories, double gas openers into a delayed CC. So for the time being, we have both uThermal and Goblin. They're going for more tech-heavy starts. They're being safe as well. If they were being cheese, for example, they would have units to defend back at home. They'd be quite secure. They're mirroring each other. When it comes to Arctic Flowers, I'll be honest, I do know that the 2-2 and the team game map pool was updated relatively recently. I have not played any team games since then, so I believe this is a new map because I've never seen this before. I've never quite seen this map before. Interesting. We have some gold bases here on the low ground, which could be taken. Likewise, a bit of a more open center of the map as well. We have speed zones. Okay. We don't see too many of those in StarCraft anymore, so I appreciate it. We have some speed zones that are set up. Likewise, more fringe bases. Our naturals are quite secure, bearing in mind that both players are sharing the main base and sharing their natural as well, so again, they are quite secure on their 2-base setups here. Oh, as Goblin is going for a CC across... No shot. Mate, that's an eBay on the way. Is Goblin going to be floating the CC into the main and going for a planetary rush? No shit. Goblin, he's an animal, Pappy. Aye, aye, aye. Okay, so we have the CC on the way, and again, outside of a planetary, I don't see a reason as to do this. We do see another CC on the right-hand side, which was delayed. Looks like uThermal and Goblin are both attempting planetary rushes, but uThermal CC was delayed. We do have additional SCVs on the way. Yep, there we go. We do have a backup SCV on the way here. uThermal is going to be a little bit later when it comes to zone matchup, and they're saying that... Stay away. Don't humiliate us. No planetary rushes, por favor. Oh my god. They're animals, Pappy. They're animals. They're clowning. As the CC is done. With that, should be soon floating into the main base. There we go. It does lift, does float on in. And the armies have arrived. Going to be forcing a Fluffy back. Likewise, Lings did a mass. They did force a cancel on the CC of uThermal. So only one planetary, what should have been two. And these things, they can try to collapse on the army. Up, go for the surround. Nice catch. They get one of the Hellions, two more to escape. The Cyclone barely does survive. And last, they're forcing uThermal and Goblin back. Meanwhile, Planetary is on the way. In between the bases. The lock-ons are brutal. There's a scan, maintaining that lock-on. And the Stalker does go down. Yeah, brutal losses here. Second Stalker falls. A couple of boys are being pulled. They'll repair, they'll buffer. The lock-ons. As Protoss is forced further back, and the Stalkers are going down. Here comes the laser. They at least shut down the buyer. They don't quite save the Stalker. Stalker does still fall, but the Lings, they should at least clean up the Cyclones. They got one. Up. Oh my god, once again, good movement. I do appreciate the movement here with the Lings. You're getting this around, taking down the Hellions, taking down the Cyclones. SCVs are falling as well. Meanwhile, what about the Planetary? As it is still on the way. No, sorry, it's done. Planetary is done, morphing in those SCVs. And it's catching reinforcements. The SCVs are there to repair. This is going to be so annoying to deal with. Imagine if there were two Planetaries, by the way. Imagine if uThermal got away with his own opener as well. Ugh. As the Planetary is done. Back at home. Bearing in mind, this is still one base. True. They still have yet to expand. So Fluffy and Peekaboo, they still have the greater economy. Getting a third expansion. as there's still no natural from the Terran duo. And as long as they can deal with this planetary, they should be okay. Force to focus down those SCVs. Some Link support would be nice, as these are expensive losses here for Fluffy. Nice blink control. Okay. Pulls away without. Oh god, the planetary range is brutal. As we do see Goblin intentionally targeting down the weakened Stalkers. SCV pops out. Where's the Link support? As again, this is not the most efficient trade here from Fluffy. As he will lose so many Stalkers in the process. Does hold, does shut it down. Roach production has begun from Peekaboo. Supply box just now breaking out. Nice catch, forcing back the Hellions. Hellions get forced back. When it comes to our setup here, it looks like uThermal is going to mech and Goblin is going to bio. So both headed in different directions. Nidus on the way. Let's go. And again, as I mentioned before, now that the Zerg and Protoss duo have defended, I mean, they have the better economy. They're on 2 bases. They're getting their 3rd bases fully saturated. They can outproduce the Terran opponents. And without a sole defensive line, I mean, there's potential here with the Nidus. There's potential for aggression. Here we go. So setting up their counterattack. Fluffy moving out. Links are borrowed in the... Let's go. Peekaboo, let's go. We have Links borrowed in all the French bases. Army gets spotted. No tanks. Without any tanks here, I mean, again, how do we hold on? Assuming that the Roaches do come in to reinforce as well. We're waiting for the Nidus Worm. Here we go, Nidus into the main. Roaches, they do pop out. At least a handful of them. SCVs are falling at the same time. Massive dive here on the army. Oof. Not quite too successful though. The Cyclones, they hold their own. Stalkers being forced back. SCVs doing a great job at buffering. But more Roaches, they keep popping out. And the SCV count here, it's plummeting. It's plummeting for Goblin. Goblin, he barely has an economy. Barely any SCVs here at the natural. Barely anything in the main. Yeah, Goblin is down to 8 SCVs. And the tunneling claws. It's Pappy, you try to clown on us, we clown on you. Este Goblin and uThermal. With that Goblin, I mean, he barely has an economy. uThermal still maintains his own 2 base economy, true. He's on 2 bases. He has a setup. Nidus behind the mineral line. Once again, pulling the players out of position. We're quite ready. Nidus is going to be denied. And now Fluffy's reinforcing. Unfortunately, there was no Robo, there was no War Prism, so it takes a long time for the reinforcements to arrive. Nidus behind the main base of uThermal. Looks like he does notice. At the same time, going for his own Hellion run by. Nidus is going to be dealt with. And here comes Fluffy. Going for the CC. Once again, I mean, the army's out of position. The army was busy in the main dealing with a Nidus Worm. Hellions, they do get into the mineral line. Blue from Hellions, they roast up those probes. But what about the main armies? As finally the Roaches, they come into play. Peekaboo and Fluffy, they come together. They dive in. GG gets called. And Fluffy and Peekaboo, they take game 1 against uThermal and Goblin. GG. Pappy. Let's go. GG, well played. Again, uThermal and Goblin, they are the heavy favorites. I mean, they are GMs. Fluffy and Peekaboo less so. But Pappy, you try to clown on some random players, and the karma was real. But again, as we were trying to point out, because of the planetary rushes, both uThermal and Goblin, they were stuck on 1 base. They were basically 1 base all in. They were 1 base all in. Unfortunately, they could not sustain themselves after they failed to break the defensive line of both Peekaboo and Fluffy. So after the defense, they got further and further ahead, and they thankfully did press their advantage. If Fluffy and Peekaboo were more passive, if they were more defensive, then they would have allowed uThermal and Goblin to actually recover, to get into their 2 bases and have a chance at actually fighting back in that game, but alas, they did not hold back whatsoever. The non-stop Nidus Worms, the Stalker aggression as well. With that, GG. GG, well played. The peak of Fluffy. They take a lead. Do take a lead. who was funding this tournament? The community, I should say, uThermal's viewer base. So uThermal's viewer base, as he's a very large content creator, did get a lot of donations. A lot of donations were given to uThermal from his viewers, from his audience. And with that, does plan on hosting this monthly tournament for the foreseeable future here. Potentially the entire year. Potentially all 2025. We'll see. As spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our favorite duo, and yeah, now we're playing on main races. After the defeat in game 1, they are bouncing back here in game number 2. We have uThermal and Goblin playing their main race. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the duo, the Zerg and Protoss duo of Peekaboo and Fluffy. Oh. Let's go. Let us go. Yo, I see uThermal in the chat. No cap, these guys are sick. I estee uThermal. But you were trying to clown on them with planetary rushes. You're an animal. Ay, ay, ay. Animal, papi. But we are going to be settling in to a map that I'm much more familiar with. Emerald City has been around for a very long, I want to say years at this point, like 2-3 years, maybe even more than that. I mean, the 2v2 map pool was stagnant for a very long time, but thankfully it is back. We did revitalize it in some ways, but Emerald City, it's still constant, still there. It'll always be there. Oh my god. We have some newer maps, but still some older maps as well. In the 2v2 ladder map pool, I mean. This time we do have Goblin opening up more economically. Interesting expansion pattern here, where we have Goblin expanding diagonally, and so does uThermal. Interesting. Do appreciate it. As they do cover their bases, likewise walling off early on as well. We have the Goblin wall here covering the main ramp, and the uThermal wall walling off here towards left-hand side to protect that natural base as well. So I love the unity here between Goblin and uThermal. I'm loving the synergy to set up. Meanwhile, we do have Fluffy going for the... Wait, what? Was there an SCE scout? Okay, there was. But we have Fluffy going for a ninja, quote-unquote ninja base. Oh, okay. Oh my god, they know what they're doing. I was very confused for a moment there. We have Peekaboo opening up with a faster third base here. Meanwhile, we have Fluffy expanding elsewhere. Now, this does mean that Fluffy's going to be more exposed. That is true. The base is going to be a lot more isolated, and because of that, it might be a little bit more difficult to protect and to defend. But this does solve the issue of trying to expand from the Zerg player and making sure the creep doesn't really get in the way of the Protoss. So yeah, an interesting take here on Emerald City. Like, they know what they're doing. I want to believe. Let's go. I don't watch enough competitive 2v2 to know if this is like the meta or not. I want to believe it is. I want to believe this is the meta. Here we go. Oh, right, yeah, for those that are curious, again, Goblin and uThermal. I know he's Mancheco Mark. Oh, El Mancheco, papi. Let's go. What server is this on? I thought we were Salsa Tequila. Maybe we're playing on EU. Maybe on, yeah, on Europa. Okay. So now we are going to be settling in. We do have an initial Stargate opener out of Goblin going into Phoenixes. I mean, Phoenix play has been quite trendy, or typically is quite trendy in the 2v2 meta as well. Going into Mass Phoenix can be very effective when it comes to harassing, when it comes to maintaining map control as well. Meanwhile, we do have uThermal once again embracing mech. We have Blue Flame on the way, tank production as well. Getting into his Hellion tank. And once again, fast burrow at a Peekaboo. Okay. I love how stylistic he is. We did see earlier that, of course, he was using borrowed links to delay and deny expansions, and likewise, of course, with tunneling claw roaches as well. So interesting to see him rush into burrow once again. It's not really going to be too applicable in the defense early on, but it is cool nonetheless. As uThermal does move in, Spine Claw is not done, the links have been amassing, does he get into the mineral line? Ooh. Barely not, but massive shots going up here on the Lings. Does bust in, drone's going to be going down. He gets one so far. He gets two. 3, 4 drones going to be falling. Getting up to 6, getting 7 drone kills. Ay. 7 workers go down. Unfortunately, the Protoss army wasn't quite here in time to defend. It was purely Ling, and with that, uThermal did wreak havoc and does look to cripple the economy of Peekaboo. Looking at the units tab here, Peekaboo down to 29 workers, is falling behind. And it's going to be on our Zerg player to recover, to redrone. But uThermal, he doesn't stop. Does not stop, keeps moving out. Meanwhile, second Stargate here for Goblin. Second Stargate into Robo. Into more Phoenix production. This time uThermal, he is intercepted. Okay. Fluffy's being active. Zones away the Hellions, does keep up. Behind this fast infestation. Wait, what's happening? Fast infestation into a Nidus Swarm. I mean, Peekaboo barely has an economy to begin with, so I'm not too convinced with how quickly he's teching, considering the low drone count. But I see what you're doing here. I imagine this is going to be for Swarm Host Nidus. Interesting. Unfortunately, he was slowed down. He still has some droning to do, but we're getting there. And of course, if need be, Fluffy can always feed. He can always transfer minerals and gas. If Peekaboo does require it. Meanwhile, Hellions, they rotate once again. He's barely out of position. Phoenixes, they bust into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Yeah, uThermal and Goblin at the same time, they do harass. Nice borrow. Despite that, the Hellions, they will still do splash damage. So they are cleaned up. It's been 12 workers going down so far. 16 probes falling for Fluffy. I didn't realize just how many workers have fallen to those Phoenixes. That is a lot of damage. And as they've been taking those losses, we have seen both uThermal and Goblin building up. Getting to a heavy tank count. Massing out more Phoenixes. Fleet beacons on the way. That should be for Phoenix range. Into Sky Toss. And for the most part, it's on Goblin to harass and to scout and to figure out what's going on. We have a scan here across the map to hunt down those drones. More workers going down. How many workers are we down to? 34. Oh, only 34 drones for Peekaboo. Not like this. How many swarm hosts? It's about to have 8. 8 swarm hosts. Phoenixes, they do hit at the third base once again. Nothing to defend. Probes go down. This is where side defense can somewhat be useful. I say somewhat because the reality is, even if there are cannons and shield by these Phoenixes, they can just go in and dive anyway. But they can't lift buildings, of course. We have Fluffy pushing in. The tanks are on siege. He gets 1, he gets 2. Gets up to 3 tanks. Oh, massive tank blows to the face. Not the worst trade at the same time. Nidus Swarm into the main. And going for the main base. Goblin losing his Nexus. Potentially losing his production. Yeah, Fleet Beacon's going to go down. Massive pickoff. Going for the Stargates as well. Forcing back Goblin. As Phoenixes, they race back home. Very nice counterattack. And behind this, we should just be joining up Peekaboo. Oh, he's supply blocked. He's losing his overlords. Unfortunately, his supply block has to build back up. Likewise, we have Fluffy taking into Archon production. A little bit delayed here, but Archons are on the horizon. Still no side defense. Part of me would love to see... I wonder if it's viable here to like spread creep with a Drop a Lord in the mineral line and then drop a Spore. And maybe throw down a Tumor, I guess. But to try to set up Spores here, as they would help so much here in holding on. Just trying to get creative with with 2v2. The downside, of course, is with creep, you can't actually throw down any pylons or any other setup, but I wonder if something like that would be viable. That or just the fact that Fluffy is just stuck at home against all these Phoenixes. Nidus is going to be dealt with. As if Barely is going to go down with that final volley. Likewise, once again, the Phoenixes, they bust in. More probe kills. I'm afraid to look how many workers have we lost so far. 37. 37 probes have gone down. A mothership has arrived. Nidus gets dealt with. And despite the fact that we have 9 swarm hosts, really, I believe we only had one swarm host wave. 1 locust wave, I should say. Yo, let's go. Nidus on the tank. Goblin, he does notice. Yeah, they notice in time. There's the Unsiege. Nidus gets dealt with. I was about to say, I mean, considering that Locust Waves can traverse over terrain, we should have been seeing Nidus Swarms here at the 4th base location, at the gold. Now finally on the way, but I feel like we have, it's been quite some time since the Swarmers have tried to pay for themselves or gain any value. Wins it up with. Takes us into the mineral line. Nice borrow. Yo, I'm loving the borrow micro here out of Peekaboo. Let's go. Saves his turns. Oh no! But the Locust Wave, it gets spent. The A move. He's gonna spend here on the Hellions. Nice cloak. Goblin, he defends. Shuts down the army. Peekaboo has to pull away. But the borrow micro. It's beautiful. So Hellions are cleaned up. So Fluffy being active. Rotating around. This entire time, uThermal's been building up that tank count. That's a lot of tanks. Not going to be easy to push into. Carrier production has begun. This is the ideal. What we mentioned earlier, the ideal matchup or kind of composition here in a 2v2 is Skytoss and Mech. We're getting there. Focus over the main army. This time, Cloak is not available. Fluffy pushing in. There's the Cloak though. And Cloak gets activated with that Goblin. They hold. Do you hold on? Zerg gets sniped. But they hold the line. Behind this, a little bit concerned with the lack of fourth base for the Zerg. But at least the Protoss is expanding, getting his 4-base setup. Once again, Nidus into the main. I'm loving the Warp in his ult to protect the Nidus Worm. Yeah, the Nidus Worm is going to be saved. But will it matter? And will it finish, actually? Barely does, but that's not able to make use of it. Nidus goes down. uThermal Goblin, they defend. They do defend. But again, I love the teamwork. I appreciate it. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. Once again, they roast up most of the workers. 10 probes going down. Locust Wave towards that center expansion. Can he get the Nexus? Up! So close. So close, barely doesn't. Oh, and has Goblin gone out of control? As he finally breaks out. Again, Goblin has only been harassing with his Phoenixes, and it's not just Goblin uThermal as well. Here comes the Mass on Siege. How many tanks? How many? 22. 22 tanks for uThermal. We have 4 carriers, 11 Phoenixes, and they've amassed a death bull of an army. Both Peekaboo and Fluffy, they've been doing well harassing, but barely not well enough. I mean, we did mention that so many Nidus Swarms were denied, so many Locust Waves were denied as a result as well. As we use defensively, that's a lot of Locusts. They do file in. The Protoss army trying to come in from behind, but the tank volleys, oh my god! The Archons, they just get annihilated. The Stalkers as well. The tanks are just, they prove too much to handle. He shuts down the Stalker army. And with that, uThermal and Goblin, they're breaking through. They're breaking through. Pushing into the natural. Once again, I love the bow. Saving the army itself. Unfortunately, I can't say the same here for Fluffy. As the Stalkers get lifted, tanks move in. I'm waiting for the scan. Do they notice? Doesn't matter. GG gets called. As the tanks, they do start to step in, and Goblin and uThermal, they tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. A much more classic setup where we have both uThermal and Goblin being more defensive overall. Yes, harassing with Hellions and harassing with almost said Banshees. With Phoenixes, that is true, but for the most part, just maintaining their position back at home, slowly expanding, slowly getting their third base, dealing with all the Nidus Worms. You could argue that maybe the Peekaboos, the Zerg player, was maybe a little bit too ambitious with his Nidus Worms. As you mentioned, took a long time for the Nidus Worms to be thrown down outside of the bases. We saw just so many attempted Niduses into the main. The first one was successful, but maybe that kind of, tempted him to just keep trying to go for it, and alas, didn't quite pay for itself. With that, for quite some time, the Storm hosts were just not really doing anything. They were just stuck in the Nidus Worms and not really able to add any value to the fight or to the game for a long time. Likewise, the Phoenix harass was brutal. It was brutal, and Fluffy was also struggling there as well. GG. GG well played. With that, this does take us into the ace match, into game 3. How does the story end, and who will make it through? It's going to be on Breakwater. I don't think I've seen this map before. Yeah, again, like, especially with the new revamped 2v2 ladder map pool, I'm woefully unfamiliar. I knew Emerald City, at least. But here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our duo. We have the Terran player from the Netherlands. We have the Protoss from Croatia. It is uThermal and Goblin. And in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have our Protoss and our Zerg. It is Fluffy and Peekaboo. Alright, what's going on here? What's... Okay, interesting setup, as we have a shared main base once again, which is what we expect from a lot of these 2v2 maps. Not all, but a lot of them. Meanwhile, the natural is more open, is more exposed. There is no ramp here on the right-hand side. There is a second entry point towards the left where there is a ramp, and once again, similarly to Emerald City, I do appreciate that both Goblin and uThermal, they're kind of picking their own locations, and they are walling up. So they do kind of split up their forces, they do wall off. Behind this, we do have our initial hatch gas pool opener from our Zerg, and our eventual gate expand. Oh, never mind. That is a 2-gate opener. Okay, 2-gate opener out of Fluffy, something a little bit more assertive, something more aggressive. Likewise, speaking of aggressive, we have a 2-axe opener out of uThermal. You have my attention. Let's go. Are we going 2-axe Reaper? Potentially. As our players are securing themselves. And we have a much more aggressive and more active start to the game. Oh, my apologies. I mean, yes, it is 2-Rax Reaper, but not just that. We have a 3rd Rax on the way, so 3-Rax Reaper here out of uThermal. Much more committed, much more aggressive. Bearing in mind, this is not an all-in. This is not an all-in. uThermal can still expand behind this, but the goal here is to wreak havoc, get some economic damage, deny the 3rd expansions, and to keep the 2 players busy here. Meanwhile, Goblin, likewise, I didn't quite notice myself, 2-gate opener as well. So Goblin, he's going to be meeting uThermal here with his aggression and joining him with his own, with double adept production. 2 adepts on the way. Interesting that Fluffy did open 2 gates, going for 2 stalkers at a time. Interesting. 3rd gateway's on the way for the red Protoss. Checking their vision, they have scouted the Raxes. They are aware of the aggression coming their way. And we need to prepare. Additional gateways, link production, link speed as well, still on the horizon. First Reaper moving out. First Reapers, they do poke in. Going for the Queen. Queen taking a lot of hits. Still no links on the way from the Zerg side of things. Bold move, considering what they've scattered so far. As Fluffy does zone away. The power of the 4 stalkers, true. Adepts, they do shade past. And there we go. 14 links are in production, but the Adepts, they make their way into the mineral line. Nice wall off. Fluffy buying time. At the same time, Reapers, they dive into the mineral line. Drone's going to be going down. And the Zerg player is exposed. Peekaboo is not ready for this. He did cut link production. Queen goes down, and drones as well. And they do gang up on Peekaboo. They're bullying him, Pat. Oh, leave him alone. As Reaper does rally in, Adepts, they shade into the main. More drones going to be falling. And Peekaboo was just a little bit too greedy here, delaying his link production for so long. Was vulnerable, wasn't able to buy time. And as the dust settles, how many workers did he lose? He lost 10. Oh, 10 drones went down. 5 workers for Fluffy as well. But now link speed kicks in, and now Peekaboo has gained map control. He's racing across the map. Likewise, uThermal, he backs off. That's a lot of Reapers. He has not stopped. Usually by this point, we would stop Reaper production and go for add-ons and go for stim, combat shields, into Marine production. +1 attack is on the way. 2 more Raxes. uThermal, he is committing to mass Reaper. He is going to be committing here. Falling back. Lings, they flooded the force field. Oh, very nicely done here by Goblin. Oh, the Burrow. I forgot that Burrow was researched so quickly. Burrow saves the Lings, at least some of them. Let's go. That was a quick Burrow as well. That was as the force fields they get through there, they shut down some of the Stalkers. But here comes around the Unburrow as well. Ah, but there's not enough Lings. Not enough Lings, not enough support. Immortals, they come down. And uThermal and Goblin, they will be able to defend. They shut down the army. The Stalkers, the Lings, and from here they can counterattack. And there's almost nothing left. Stalkers have to get the hell out of here. Behind this, we had a proxy gateway. Yeah, just a one-base 4-gate all in. Likewise, Peekaboo barely has the economy as well. And similarly to game 1 with the failed aggression, I mean, both uThermal and Goblin, they have their bases. They have their bases getting saturated. They have better income. Reapers are cleaned up. And we're still all in. Like, we're still... there's still no expansion. Not from the Protoss, at least. But he's pushing into 3 Immortals. Oh, we could try to force field. We could try to slice up this army. There is potential. If Fluffy can bait the army out. And then force field the choke point. Lings are still on the way. Here he goes down. Goblin being so patient, still not baited out. Not yet. Just building up more reinforcements. Likewise, still Mass Reaper from uThermal. Ah, no. Yo, we have the borrowed Ling on the high ground. The attention to detail. But Goblin and uThermal, they do break out. Force fields do make it awkward to engage. Lings are coming from behind. Yeah, this round is set up. Getting us over the Immortals. Very nice engage here from the Protoss Zerg duo. But despite that, the control is too good. The Immortals get saved. Nice more prism control here from Goblin. Saves the army. Despite that, I believe Fluffy, his main Protoss, his main Stalker army, still has been able to maintain himself. Still built up. Up. Does force field, catching a Stalker. Meanwhile, this entire time, Peekaboo, he's won on 22 drones. Just 22 workers. And just mass Ling. As he's finally droning. Finally making workers. And Fluffy, he finally expands as well. Yo, are we getting a longer game? Are we... Is this happening? I mean, I'm still somewhat concerned. I mean, for the most part, Goblin is scaling well. Goblin has been building up and preserving his Immortals, and his army is getting stronger and stronger over time. Thankfully, I will say, for the Zerg and Protoss duo, uThermal has been sticking with purely Mass Reaper, and I'll be honest, I'm not too convinced that it scales amazingly into a longer game state. I mean, despite that, the KDA charges, they shut down the army. Very nice engage. As uThermal does intercept. And hey, the Reapers, they find their place. I'm still not in love with the idea of just going purely Mass Reaper, but it's fine. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. They do slip in. SCV is going down. Thermal chasing down the Stalkers. And not the worst trades. So Lings are being cleaned up back at home. And can Fluffy maintain that natural? Again, it's on the low ground, it's exposed, out in the open. He needs an expansion. Someone give him money. As he's running out of minerals in the main. Yeah, the natural's gonna go down. Yeah, the backbone of this army is brutal. I'm referring to Goblin here. With those 4 Immortals. And I'm not so sure they can be stopped. Lings, they catch out the Reapers, they at least try to. Boys being pulled as well. And here comes Goblin to clean up. It breaks through the main army. Boys are being pulled. And there's just not much to defend. I mean, they just didn't have the economy for it. GG gets called. And with that, uThermal and Goblin, they will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. They did take the series, but a shout out to Fluffy and Peekaboo, because even though they are lesser known players, even though they're not pros by any means, they made a series out of this, and it does feel like they're very much so experienced in 2v2. I mean, that's the thing here, when you throw in a bunch of like pro 1v1 players into a very different format, there are certain things that are different here, and certain advantages and disadvantages, whether it comes to the meta, when it comes to how armies work together, how they can kind of I was almost going to say coexist, but how they can sync up. And yeah, it was definitely a lot of fun, and I do appreciate how they approached this matchup, and they made a series out of it as well. There was definitely potential. Alas, they were eventually overwhelmed, and GG, well played. In the end, uThermal and Goblin, they do advance on into the next round, where they're going to be facing off against their next opponents, against the Taiwanese team of Lemon and Deer. Let's go. Lemon and Deer. These are more known players. Again, Lemon, he is one of the best, well, actually, I was going to say one of the best players in Taiwan. With the retirement of Nice, is Lemon the best player in Taiwan? I know, you know, shout out to Rex, you know, I'm a big fan of Rex, got a lot of love for him, definitely. But Lemon is quite comparable, I will say, to Rex. So I think I will say with certainty that Lemon is at least the best Protoss player in Taiwan, and we'll see if he can carry, because fun fact, this is a bit of a behind the scenes story here about Lemon and his teammate. If you can't look at the Wikipedia page, as in there is no command in the chat, but we were constructing the Wikipedia page as well for this event, and we didn't know where Deer was from. Deer, of course, is Lemon's partner. And I messaged him. I was like, yo, do you mind letting us know like what country Deer is from, so like we can set him up on Wikipedia, and we can, you know, make the bracket look a little bit more pretty with some added information. And Lemon's like, oh, Deer is a noob. And I was like, oh, it would be nice to like add him to the thing. And then Lemon's like, oh, it's 1v3. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm just practicing 1v3. Like Deer, he's just there. It's like, okay. Okay, so I never got Deer's country. I never got his country. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Obviously they're good friends. But Deer is a more lesser known player. And it sounds like Lemon just got one of his friends to jump on, and they're just having fun. Less of a serious, you know, less of a serious duo. But yeah, that's my interaction with Lemon. I feels bad, man. Rex and Haas still pack a punch though. They do. Haas a little bit less active. I saw when this was. This event was a couple of days ago. Like what, 3, 4, 5 days ago? Less than a month. Sorry, less than a week. Yo, chat to Sinistro in the chat. Let's go. But here we go, we're getting into our next game. And I'm excited, I'm here to find out what happens with the duo that is Lemon and Deer. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Breakwater, we have the duo themselves. We have the team themselves. We have the Terran and the Protoss. It is uThermal and Goblin. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Taiwanese duo of Lemon and Deer. We go. How's it going? Bye-bye. It's going well. It's going well. Very busy. January's been very busy here on the CranKy Ducklings. We've been casting every single day, at least twice a day as well. For example, today we have this 2v2 cast of the uThermal circuit, and later on tonight, in how long? In like 10 hours time, we're going to be live with a Master Colosseum, and that's the case like every day basically. It's just, you know, a cast in the morning, cast in the evening. Oh, the StarCraft. Ah, no rest for the Ducklings. Never any rest. We did take 2 days off in December. We took off, we had Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Those were the 2 days off that we had in December. So we at least had that, but not in January. No. Not at all. As we're getting to openers, once again, Salsa Tequila, uThermal going for a 2-Rex, potentially 3-Rex Mass Reaper. Looking very similar to the game that we just saw. Meanwhile, back at home, we have Lemon opening up at 2-Gate as well. Interesting, 2-Gate opening here by Lemon. To see his teammates going hatch gas pool. Goblin being as annoying as possible with that to block at the natural. And here comes that 3rd Rax. There we go. It is going to be 3-Rax Reaper. It's going to be committing. So I'm getting some deja vu. I'm getting some deja vu. Now, if you recall, a big factor in game number 1 was the fact that Fluffy and Peekaboo, they were all in. They were completely all in. Peekaboo, he cut workers at 22. He lost drones. They didn't make any more. Likewise, the Protoss Fluffy did go for a 1-base all in and never expanded. So this time we actually have an economy on the way. It means that, you know, our 2 players here can sustain themselves getting into a longer mid game if they can get there. We'll see if they can, unscathed. As again, it is going to be uThermal and Goblin being the aggressors, massing up Adepts, massing up Reapers, moving out across the map. The first Reaper has arrived. And will not get a worker. Yo, shout out to Deer. Does morph in the Spore, morphs in the Gas Geyser as well. Doesn't lose any workers, not yet. Likewise, you have some safety links here to hold the line. Queen has arrived. Really, this is when I find out that they have shared unit control and Lemon is controlling both armies. which is possible, by the way. I don't know if that's what he meant when he said 1v3. Oh no. As we have uThermal dipping in. Falling back. So far, no major economic losses. Nice positioning here with the Adept. Shading into the main. Getting a probe. 1 probe goes down. Reapers, they rotate over towards that natural. Second Queen does pop out. Now they can focus on their front line, on that main defense. Adepts, they do make things complicated, and Reapers, they can dive into the main. Yeah, there is a cliff. And Lemon, he does have vision. So far, so good. Lemon, he's keeping up. Lings, they collapse on the army. Going for the dive. This I'm less certain of. Yeah, the Reapers, they punish the dive. They shut down the Lings. Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. Drones are going down. Getting 2, 3 worker kills so far. Getting 4. And so far, it's very successful aggression here from uThermal and Goblin, getting another Queen. Queen goes down. Ling speed has kicked in. And Lings are amassing. Behind this, both players expanding, of course. Both uThermal and Goblin getting their naturals up and running. Goblin once again working towards that immortal-based composition, or Gateway Immortal. And uThermal still going purely Mass Reaper, as we have 2 more Vaxes on the way, +1 range, +1 attack as well. And just pure Reaper out of uThermal. But again, unlike their previous opponents, both Lemon and Deer, they have an economy. Can maintain themselves. Stalkers, 1 Stalker goes down. The Reapers, they punish. Lings, they do threaten a dive. They force the army to back off, at least for a moment. Lemon pulling away. Setting up in the main. Has it been a 2v2 like kind of game with someone won 1v2? I mean, if you've been watching our show matches, our StarCraft Evolution show matches, then, I mean, we specifically hold that format. If you recall, we casted MC, and MC, he had a 1v2 and he had a 1v3, straight up. Where from the beginning, he just plays as a pro player against 2 or 3 competitors at a time. Same with Honmono, Dark, and Beyond. They've all been in that situation. So the Enki and the Latin American community, they host show matches featuring that kind of format. Where don't get it confused, it's not Archon mode. It's literally 1 versus 2 or 1 versus 3. Meanwhile, we do have that dive out of uThermal. Oh, the punish is real. So many Stalkers going to be going down. Ay, ay, ay. A lot of Stalkers do fall. To see uThermal diving in. Yeah, the Lings, they just cannot touch this. The Master Reaper doing so well. The Immortals have arrived as well. And the expansion is going to be denied. There's no saving it. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. uThermal into the main. Goblin rotating over towards that natural base instead. Reapers, they come in to reinforce as well. The Pureling, it just can't get this round that they're looking for. Force fields, they cut off the Stalkers. And as he dives in, the Immortals, they punish. They punish the dive. uThermal and Goblin just snowballing out of control. They break through the defensive line. Boys are being pulled. And it's just becoming too much. Depowering the Robo. One Immortal does not go down. GG gets called. And uThermal and Goblin, they take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. A solid style here out of uThermal and Goblin. Unfortunately, a lot of losses early on. If you recall, the Adept Reaper aggression did manage to eventually get drone kills and get queen losses as well. Did snowball a little bit out of control. Likewise, we saw a Zerg player stuck with purely Mass Ling. I'm not too convinced by that. It did feel like they wanted to be a little bit more assertive, a little bit more aggressive, and be active on the map. Alas, they weren't quite able to. Because of that, there were no Roaches or no Ravagers, for example, to defend back at home, just purely Lings, and they just had a really hard time engaging and supporting the Stalker army, supporting Lemon's army, coming in towards the end of the game. GG. GG, well played. Disgusting. The Mass Reaper, papi. Ay, ay, ay. With that, uThermal Goblin, they take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. But yes, if you are curious about that kind of 1v2 format, I do recommend the VODs. We casted MC show matches, and we casted home mono show matches as well. As we mentioned, there were also show matches involving Beyond and Dark and Sue as well. That was earlier this year, but we, as English casters, we weren't involved in those matches. Unfortunately, we weren't quite involved in those. But yeah, it is a fun format though, for sure. As we're settling into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Reclamation, we have the team of the hour themselves. No bias, as they also, you know, organize and cast and run the event. We have Goblin and uThermal. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the Taiwanese duo. We have Lemon and Deer. I know the intro says pressure. It's intentional. Our casting tool doesn't enjoy it. It doesn't like it. It's not fond of the 2v2 format. It's broken a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. What's important is that we have the fanfare. We have the trumpets. Beautiful. As Reclamation is one of the older maps in the map pool, as opposed to some of the others that we have been featuring, we have split bases, so there is no kind of shared main base, not here at least, but we have somewhat of a shared natural instead. So even though these bases are somewhat exposed, because we can wall off here on the low ground, they should be safe and sound. There shouldn't be a situation where one player gets abused and focused more than the other without any support. There are some 2v2 maps out there where the two bases are very isolated from each other. I don't know if any of them are still in the map pool. I'm sure we'll find out. But those are maps where you can try to all-in one player, kill them early on, and then deal with the other in a longer game and kind of gang up on them. For now though, more economic opener here. Rax expands out of uThermal, going into the factory. Likewise, we have Goblin setting up with the Gate Cyber Expand as well. Or sorry, Gate Expand into Cyber Core. So more standard, more economic openers. I would imagine a big reason for this is because unlike the previous map, there is no Reaper Cliff into the main. In a sense, you have to enter the natural first before entering the main base, so it is much more, it is a bit of a less mobile map here. Reapers are going to be less effective. I imagine the build and the style that uThermal and Goblin were going for on the previous map are very much so map dependent. As those bases were a lot more exposed. Here, less so. Again, you have to go into the natural first, then into the main base. Likewise, a ramp coming into the 2-base setup as well, so just more defendable overall. With that, we do have our 3rd base being taken. Thankfully, not delayed for too much longer. 3rd base on the way. Lemon going to be opening up with a Stargate. Oh, I should also... There we go. Set up the scores. Reaper gets shut down. Oh! The surround is real, and the Reaper does fall. So much cleaner defense this time. Did I speak too soon? Oh my god. Yeah, much cleaner. There we go. Looking at the Unisol tab, despite that, it was still 3 probe kills, 2 drones as well. Unfortunately, no W's this game hard, so we have to count how many workers do go down, so that was still quite a bit of economic damage. It was 5 workers in total for a Reaper and an Adept. But at least the Reaper went down and the Adept as well, so it wasn't a free trade. With that, we do have the Hellion follow-up, very committed, double factory to Blue Flame. Oh, uThermal, he's embracing mech, and not just the Hellion aggression though, we have a Dark Shrine on the way as well from the side of Goblin. So DTs on Blue Flame Hellions. Diving into the mineral lines, Oracle tries to help support, Lings come in as well, but the Hellions, they roast up the Lings. Oof, nice surround though. Hellions are cleaned up, so far so good. Did get a volley off, 1 probe went down, just the 1. So far, Lemon and Deer, they hold. They survive. Likewise, we have access to Oracle, so detection is available here to Lemon as long as he keeps the Oracle alive. Meanwhile, Lings, they surround! Deer, calm down, surrounds the Hellions! Oh, doesn't quite catch the wind in mind, the shot's gonna go up! Oh, massive connection! Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that's a brutal shot. And with that, they will defend. uThermal and Goblin, they hold. Double Oracle in between the bases, headed towards the main. Shield Battery does nothing, Oracle's taking 1 shot. As they shut down the Widow Mine. They get a handful of probes. And they get a full scout of the main base. They get eyes on the Dark Shrine. A big moment here from Lemon. Does scout, does confirm. Immediately spores. Spores are on the way. Forge as well for cannons. And Lemon and Deer, they're preparing. Are preparing. Just going to be droning up. I believe we've yet to embrace our tech of choice here. Just Evo Chamber, just 1 Gas Geyser from our Pink Zerg layer. So no Roaches, no Banelings, no layer yet. I should say no layer tech yet. So Hellions, they threaten another dive. Lings, they're buying time. At the same time, we have the Prism into the main. DTs are deflected, but Hellions, will they bust in? Oh no, the boys are being pulled into the Blue Flame Hellions. Brutal moments. That was what, 4 or 5 drones going down. Hellions are cleaned up. That could have been worse, but still damage was dealt. Ay, ay, ay. As the Hellion harass continues, uThermal just doesn't stop. Just keeps making Hellions. This time the Lings are ready. Good position here by uThermal. Just through your service area. Massive shots going off. Oh god, jeez. That was insane. The trades. How many? 64 Lings going down so far. Is building up. Still plus on melee on the way. Especially once we've confirmed that it is mech, I'm not entirely convinced to commit to just purely Ling production. Like as we've seen, Deer has been having a very hard time trading. It's been very inefficient here for the Zerg. He's rushing into Infestation Pits. Are we rushing into Swarm Hosts? Or something different? Is this for Swarm Hosts? Is this for the Hive? Hellion Volleys once again popping up. Same time, Lemon pushing in, catching a tank. Hellions are cleaned up. More like, it feels like every time it takes so much for Deer to clean up 4 Hellions. Like, it takes him everything to survive that, and then just 4 more Hellions arrive. They just keep trickling in. Like, it's a very light investment here for uThermal, and it's worth it every time. Once again, he does suck himself behind the mineral line. Is cleaned up, but trades well against the Lings. Gets a couple of workers. Switching into bio? That I was not expecting. Okay. Wow, we have Stim. Stim into more Raxes, into bio play. I was expecting mech out of uThermal. That is not the case. Once again, the Heli run bys, they just keep going. They just they do not stop. But maybe they should. As this time Lemony keeps up. Yeah, nice catch. For the first time, the Hellions, they go down in the center of the map. Diving on the Stalker army. Ooh, there is some DT harass at the same time. Dark Templar, they distract. And when it comes to the main Protoss army here, still very gateway-centric from Goblin. Just Stalkers for now. And DTs, of course, as there is no detection where the Oracles. The Oracles must have gone down earlier. They must have gone down. Overlord speed still on the way. Goblin getting caught out. He's on his own. Should blink over the wall though. Not without bleeding out some Stalkers. Oh, as he was on his own. Where was the support? Where was uThermal? He's just chilling back at home, building up his tank army, building up his bio. As the downside of making all those Hellions is the rest of his production was somewhat delayed. But Goblin is going to be careful. Likewise, there's the army for uThermal going for the double drop. Not much in position. Stalkers, they do blink over. And he forces a recall. Thermal picks up into the main. Threatens a dive. The drop play continues. The mass harass. Let's go. And I was curious what the hive was going to be for as, oh my god, the surround comes in. Goblin has to get the hell out of here, falling back to the tanks. But it is for hive, for Ultra Tech. Ultras are on the way. Ooh. As Yama doesn't quite break through. Nice trades here from uThermal. Does focus on the Phoenix. The Phoenix, a couple of Stalkers. Drop on the right hand side, running into the Ultra. Upgrades are lacking though, for Deer. Upgrades not quite there. He has, wait, +0 carapace? I just realized. Second Evo chamber just now on the way. I don't think I've ever seen an Ultra with Kindness plating, but without any carapace upgrades, but I'm about to. I'm not too convinced, but okay. Let's go. Yo, who needs the armor upgrades? Who needs them? As +1 should be starting up soon, momentarily. Oh. As Lemon is going to be mass expanding. Likewise, stuck in maintaining a mainly gateway focused composition. Diving on the Stalkers. Do get some decent trades, as both players have +2. But there is bio support here for Goblin. Likewise, double drop towards the left. Oh, rough trades here for the Lings. No Bailings. Oh no. Yeah, uThermal shuts down the Lings. We'll go for the expansion. At the same time, we have the mass Ling bait headed towards the Planetary. Planetary goes down. Can he keep going? Oh, as Deary's on his own. Pulls away. Oh, the Ultra just melts. Oh no. It's okay, we have +1 on the way. It's coming. It'll help. As the Ultras are going to be more fragile than they usually are, which is concerning. Melee upgrades are nice, but they won't matter if the Ultras just die. They go down before they can actually get a swipe off. They're big, they're terrifying, but they're also very squishy right now. So, still building up. Likewise, triple robot production here from Lemon. Into the bay, into Colossus or Disruptors. Oof. As Pure Stalker is going to be struggling here against the bio composition. That's where we need the Ling Bane. Zero turns back around. Deer, he's maxed. He is maxed out, waiting for those banelings. Does collapse in, running into the siege, into the line of tanks. Nice engaged tanks are going to be going down. Stalkers are coming for some support. And is this enough? Oh my god, as the ultras, they all go down. Oh god, oh no. I mean, again, uThermal, he was completely pre-siege. He shuts down the ultra line. The ultras, they melt. The +1 carapace does nothing. And now there's no Zerg army. There's no Zerg army left. The concave was brutal. And with that, uThermal and Goblin are still out of control. That was just an insane fight. That was probably the most ideal fight for uThermal. Just having like the concave of pre-siege tanks. That was crazy. Nice dive here from Lemon, diving in the Immortals. But oh god, the trades are brutal once again. The Stalkers, they get punished. Disruptors are on the way, but it might just be too late. Low ground expansions are falling. We have attempted run-bys. Okay, there is potential. Show us the Novas. Nova goes up. Up! Oh, doesn't quite connect. Nice blinks out of Goblin. Does blink away. Pushing in, diving into those disruptors. Last Lemon, he does punish the dive. But there's nothing to do with the tanks. As uThermal is slowly just pushing its way forward. Getting within range of the expansion. Next is going to go down. We have some ultras amassing, but again, the Zerg army was completely reset. So he has to build from scratch. Nice flank. Lemon catching a couple of tanks towards the tail end of the army. Catching even more tanks as well. uThermal, he was spread thin. Yeah, not a bad engage. Ultras are going to be targeted down. The army is overstimmed. But it's still not enough. uThermal and Goblin, they hold their own for a little bit longer. Reinforcements on the way. Who surrounds who? Goblin coming in from behind. They're just catching out more Stalkers. Shutting down that Ultra. And it's just Lemon remaining. The drops, they continue. Just pulling Lemon apart. As we get a drop on the right, drop on the left. Workers are going down. And Goblin, you just take the fight to the main army. You just keep Lemon busy. While everything else is on fire. No, don't come back. Get out of here. It's not safe. Drones, get away. Stop trying to come back. Aye, aye, aye. And there it is. GG gets called as Lemon and Deer, they run out of steam. Goblin and uThermal, they will take game number 2 in the series. GG. GG, well played. They do claim the series, and again, just really nice harassment here at uThermal, whether it came down to the non-stop Hellion run-bys for the first half of that game, followed by the drop play as well. uThermal was mainly reliant on Goblin being defensive back at home, holding against those run-bys, those move-outs, and maintaining map control where you could just focus on purely harassment, and it was quite successful. Getting a lot of worker kills, distracting the main forces, despite the fact that, yes, the Zerg player did go into Ultras. I mean, they weren't the best upgraded either, and there was just a brutal engage in the center of the map. uThermal, he was fully set up with the line of tanks, and the Ultras, they melted, the Link Bane melted, a strong fight, and from there, they did snowball out of control into a win. GG. GG, well played. With that, Goblin and uThermal, they take the 2-0, and now we're getting ready for our next match. This time with a purely pro team. Let's go, as things do not get easier as they progress through the brackets. It is going to be uThermal and Goblin, and going up against Wayne and Milky Cow. Let's go. An interesting duo here has been formed. Milky Cow, he did pseudo retire for a time. He stepped away, he stopped competing for a year, I want to say, is for the majority of 2024. But for those that have not been watching as of late, Milky Cow, he came back. He came back at the start of December. At the start of December, did return. He hit the ladder once again, and Milky Cow, he has been regaining his skill. He's been regaining his skill. He's been leveling back up. He's been active once again, and he's joined forces with Wayne. Let's go. Let us go. Have joined forces, and we'll see how well they perform together as a duo. I would imagine, especially for a lot of these pro players and pro teams, that they most likely don't have a lot of experience playing 2v2. Not saying that's applicable to all of them, but most of them, I would imagine, as the prize pool is quite hefty for this tournament, and I'm sure a lot of them wanted to get involved. But how much experience do they have playing with each other? That's the real question. Let's find out. Let us find out. Here we go. 2 days, bro. It's fine. It's fine. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have, as we load into a very new map that we have yet to experience together. Let's go. We will hear on the CranKy Ducklings. In the right hand corner, we have our orange Terran player in Milky Cow alongside his partner, the red Zerg, Wayne. We have Milky Wayne, or Wayne Cow. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the duo we've been following this entire time. We have the Croatian Protoss. We have the Terran, the Mexican Terran, if you will. He's one of our own now. It is uThermal and Goblin. Or Goblin and Salsa Tequila, papi. Ah, let's go. Is that all he's been having while he's been in Mexico? Maybe. He likes it, papi. He likes it. For those that are unaware, uThermal has been living in Mexico for quite some time now. Did move over and has been there for, I want to say, the better part of 2024, I want to say. So I hope he's been enjoying his time. Hope he has been enjoying. As we settle into Undercurrent as our next game, a map I've never seen before, I'll be honest. I've never seen this map before. We do have a pocket expansion available, which Milky Cow is taking himself. We do have our naturals, and the natural base is looking relatively secure. There is a ramp coming in towards this center location, a very narrow ramp as well, so very defendable here on your, or at your natural bases. There is another entry point here towards the right hand side, multiple entry points actually, a wider ramp on the right, which is vulnerable to or open to run-bys and Hellion Harass, for example, and also a much wider entry point here towards the natural itself. Interesting. Likewise, very exposed gold bases on the low ground, gold base, third base as well, wide open in the center of the map. I see a lot of wide ramps, very spread out. We have some Zonagas as well, also out in the open. It looks very difficult to actually engage in the center of the map as you are so vulnerable to surrounds. Curious to see how this plays out. Honestly, I'll be honest, I kind of like the way this map looks. I miss it. I miss these big wide open maps, which are now a rarity in 1v1. But for now, the Reaper does slip in, disrupting some of the production, getting an SCV, getting a Marine, and even trading well against these Lings. Not bad. The Reaper should eventually go down without getting a full scout to get eyes on the natural base. Going for another SCV. Oh. As uThermal, he does not quite get one. Not yet. Going back into the main. Oh my god. Going back to the main base. I mean, this is the downside of opening up Marine, is your army is less mobile. And the Reaper just having fun, dipping in between the bases. Getting another SCV. The Adept has arrived. Oh, getting a Marine. Ling speed is about to finish, but can he get the SCVs? No, they're weak. They solved up earlier, and another 2 SCVs go down. Massive pickups. Oh, this is getting out of hand. This is getting a little bit out of hand here. Bjorn, is that you? Papi, you know what this is? This is the power of some salsa and some tequila. This is oh my god. uThermal is gaining the power of Juanito. It's crazy. The Reaper's still alive, by the way. It should finally go down as the Hellions have arrived, and they get one more volley of there. We go. Finally, the Reaper does fall. Oracle does arrive, getting more SCV kills. The chaos just continues. As Goblin, he has arrived. He's like, mate, you've been having fun with this Reaper the entire time. Now it's my turn to have fun as his SCVs are falling left and right. No anti-air. The Oracle's about to run down Renji. And Wayne, he tries to counterattack, alas, with Mass Ling. There are Hellions to defend, another Oracle as well. The first one survives. And this has just been a shaky start for at least Milky Cow. Wayne, his own mineral line has been left for the most part relatively untouched. It's Milky Cow who's been struggling. As he's just been bullied. Just been bullied the entire time. By the Reapers and by the Oracles. Ay, ay, ay. Leave the cow alone. Ah. He just wants milk. As we do have uThermal going for Blue Flame. Blue Flame is on the way. The Lings, they go for the dive. Trying to collapse you on top of the Hellions. They do get on top of the Stalkers at least. Oracles activate their pulsar beams. The Lings are going to be cleaned up. The Hellions, they stand their ground. And the attack doesn't really get much done. The workers survive. uThermal and Goblin, they defend well. And I'm a little bit afraid to look here at the drone count. Here we go. Okay, we have 41 SCVs and 44 probes against 29. Oh no, it has. We had 29 SCVs. The Oracle comes back in. Viking has arrived, but Viking will defend. That's still another couple of SCVs falling here. Ay, ay, ay. Far too much damage. Likewise, Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. And Wayne and Milky Cow, they've just been pulled apart. They just cannot keep up. They cannot maintain these losses. Not anymore. Massive damage here in the natural. The drones, they get roasted. Hellions are being cleaned up. The damage has been done. Wayne, he's down to 23 workers. Ay, ay, ay. One base saturation. I mean, pretty much. Like 1.5, to be generous. 1.5 base saturation here for Wayne. Trying to be active. Trying to have some kind of presence here. But the aggression does not stop. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we have yet to lose an Oracle. Yeah, the Oracles have not gone down. There's still 3 of them. Setting up stasis traps. Hellions, they bust into the mineral line. Once again, nothing to defend. As Wayne has been stuck re-droning, he has no Lings. Lings just try to engage, but not behind the mineral line. Not like this! Oh my god. The Hellion volleys are brutal. Shots go up, Lings go down. Vikings are forced to land. Hellions are cleaned up, but again, at a cost. And since uThermal and Goblin have map control, they go for the gold. They're going for the gold base. They can't afford to. Likewise, Goblin getting his own 3rd base up and running. You see Milky Cow attempting his own counterattack with their static defense. There's a cannon, there's a shield battery, the stasis trap as well. They are prepared. Both Wayne and Milky Cow just being bullied back. Wayne taking into Ling Bane. Just now, this is what, a 7-minute high? Sorry, 7-minute lair? Ay, ay, ay. Very late lair here from Wayne, but I mean, he just hasn't had the money for it. Hellions, once again, they get in. uThermal just lubing up those Hellions every time. Last series, this series as well. Oh my god. And again, even though he's losing all these Hellions, he can rely on Goblin to maintain map control. He can rely on Goblin here to keep the rest of the army busy. So uThermal, he can get away with just throwing away all these Hellions. Behind this, we have +1, combat shields. Oh, it is going to be mech from uThermal. Thor production on the way. Let's go. The Thors are coming. No one is safe on the blue flame. No one, Pappy. Not even Terran. Not even Terran. And it's from here, Goblin and uThermal, they're certainly at control. They shut down the Lings, the Bio. There's barely an army standing. There's 2 Marauders, 2 Marines. And GG gets called. uThermal and Goblin, they take game number 1. GG. This was one of the more dominant games that we've seen, I'll be honest. This was one of the more one-sided games where from the very beginning, the Reaper harass, the Oracle harass, all led into the eventual Hellion harass as well. Wayne and Milky Cow, they did attempt a counterattack, if you recall, after their initial defense, but they got completely shut down. And that was really the only moment that both Wayne and Milky Cow had to be active on the map. Outside of that, they were just crippled. They were just crippled time and time again. It was quite impressive. Very impressive there by both uThermal and Goblin. So very impressive aggression and defense and just play in general. And with that, that leads us into game number 2. But again, that was even more dominant than the previous matches against more lesser known players. Crazy. that was crazy. That was scary. I'm sure the map itself plays into it a little bit. We spoke about how much more open Underwater was. I think it was called Underwater. How much more open it was, how much more vulnerable the bases are. All came together in the end, and with that, our duo, they're down in the series. Can they bounce back? As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our Red Zerg in Wayne, and we have our Teal Terran in Milky Cow. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Blue Protoss in Goblin, and we have the Yellow Terran in uThermal. Here we go. Looks like game 1 was in the Americas, game 2 and game 3 are going to be on Europa instead. As you can see, uThermal switch up his name. Let's go. Yeah, shout out to Mark for showing up earlier. I'm sure his content's going to be on YouTube soon as well, if not already. His matches, I mean, from his POV. As uThermal, he was streaming his POV on his own channel. So if you want to see that perspective and the banter between uThermal and Goblin, that's all going to be available. Meanwhile, Milky Cow going for a very interesting opener here. 2 racks. 2 racks Reaper. A pseudo proxy 2 racks. Let's go. As the second rack is hidden on the right hand side. Again, after receiving all that aggression, after receiving the full brunt and the full force of uThermal and Goblin, looks like both Milky Cow and Wayne want to be the aggressors this time. They want momentum on their side instead. Meanwhile, we do have our double gas opener at, sorry, my apologies. We have our racks into factory opener here by uThermal. CC on the high ground. Very safe play. As they did scatter across the map. Link speed has begun. This was a later hatchery timing for Wayne, bear that in mind. Earlier link speed, earlier queen, earlier link aggression. So as I mentioned before, Wayne and Milky Cow, they do want to be more aggressive this time. As link speed is going to be finishing up real quick. And that leads into this more defensive setup here. Hellions are amassing for uThermal. Likewise, Goblin staying on one base as well. Throwing down his second gateway and throwing down his Stargate. So both uThermal and Goblin taking this very seriously. Little do they know that, of course, Wayne is taking a third base. Likewise, Milky Cow also expanding. They do move out. Reaper gets cleaned up in the main. Milky Cow diving into the natural, gets a full scout as well, gets eyes on the Stargate. Is aware of the Oracle. And gets a probe. Gets one. Wayne's a thread and a dive. Behind this, Wayne is droning. Wayne, he's not going for a Ling Flood. They're just trying to scare their opponents while they focus on their economies. And so far, it's working. So far, Goblin's still on one base. The player saturating. Third CC's on the way for Milky Cow. And Wayne has just been droning this entire time. Queens are in position. Oracle gets zoned away. Likewise, Reapers into the main, just keeping Goblin busy. Yeah, so far this time, a much more uncomfortable start for Goblin and uThermal. I feel like we need to come up with a team name for them. We need... the Ublin. The Go Thermal. The Gomal. That'd be fun though. I remember players used to do that, where when playing in these kind of tournaments, they would sign up with their team name. Some would be creative, some less so. This reminds me of when we used to cast the Latin American 2v2 tournaments, and we casted a team called Los Anti-Mancos. Oh no, not like this. There's a duct tape about that. I'll always remember Los Anti-Mancos, papi. Ay ay ay. And Los Lamas. Oh no. The shot does go off. So far, uThermal and Goblin not finding way in. Scan into the main, reveals the production setup here, the bio. Second reactors are on the way. They're building up. And again, this time, Goblin and uThermal, they haven't really dealt any economic damage. Not yet. As we do have Wayne getting into his own roach production. uThermal has been building up that Hellion count over time. He's got how many? He's got 13 Hellions. Goes to the dive. Blue Flame is done, but the roaches, they do deflect. Oh, I love the stim positioning. So far, so good. Oracles, they threaten to dive into the main, but the Cyclones are ready. So far, good defense here by Wayne and Milky Cow. They hold. uThermal forced to rotate. Looking for another way in. So far, Wayne and Milky Cow, they're keeping up with the rotations. They get here just in time. Yeah, just in time. They are ready. And after a disastrous game 1, here in game 2, they can actually play some StarCraft. They can actually have a decent economy, get into a 4th expansion here for Wayne, 3rd base already for Milky Cow as well. As we mentioned before, they kind of faked out a more aggressive opener, and both Goblin and uThermal, they've been stuck at home, and they've been playing it too safe. They're just now trying to expand. 3rd CC is on the way for uThermal. They are falling behind economically, macro-wise. They have to get some damage. Cyclone goes down. Stim is not yet done for Milky Cow. Hellion's going for the Marines. Oh my god. Marines, they do stack up. Not a bad trade here from uThermal. Can he escape though? Yeah, that's positioning. Marauders, they do start a step. They do punish. Somewhat at least. Thermal force retreat. We can work out. uThermal does have a higher SCV count than his opponent, but he's oversaturated. You can see here, just heavily oversaturated at the natural. He needs a 3rd. Yo, bueno, hello, Pi. Hello. ¿Qué tal? Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry. Good to see you. Pi also did compete in this tournament. I believe was teaming up with Rotterdam, if I recall correctly. Who was a Hellions, they finally do make their way into the mineral line. SVs are getting roasted. Hellions are going down, but remember, back at home, uThermal is building up his tank counts. Tanks are on the way. Oh, the stasis. Stasis goes off. Catching out some roaches. But we've all been building up to this moment. Remember, Wayne and Milky Cow, they got away with faster 3rd bases, with faster 4th bases, better saturation, better economy. And now Wayne has a larger army. Ooh. But still cannot quite push into these tanks, as respected. The tanks are set. Oh! Goblin does hold. Keeps up with the drop. So far, so good. They're holding. Meanwhile, Wayne taking up. Hydrogen on the way. Hive as well. He wants that tank, he's gonna get it. As they connect, tank within range of the planetary. Just the one. Milky Cow dropping into the main. uThermal out of position, very mobile army, forced to pull away. And uThermal and Goblin, they're on the back foot. Damage is being done. Oh! As he sims in, trades well against the Stalkers. Likewise, Planetary does hold. Double drop into the main, into Goblin's main. Not bad. And Milkout saying, yo, I can drop too. You're not the only one, Mark. Not the only one. Havoc, it is going to be a one-way trip though. Goblin does reposition, drop back in the main base is being cleaned up in the main of uThermal. Shadow and Goblin, they're holding. They will shut this down. Likewise, the Planetary still stands strong. Not bad. But throughout all of this, Wayne now getting a 5th base. Milky Cow working on a 4th. Getting a greater economy. Both Goblin and uThermal, they're just stuck at home. Finally trying to break out. Where's Wayne? Ah, where's Wayne? Tanks pulling. Wayne coming in from behind. Getting on top of the tanks. And he will get on top of them. At least 2, 3 tanks going down. 4 tanks even. Target firing by Milky Cow. Does almost reset the tank count. As it's still just riding across the map. There was a Hellion run by. They do defend. And both uThermal and Goblin are still up against the wall. Still barely holding on. Turrets aren't quite done. And boys are being pulled. Shouldn't take too many losses here in the main. As there's just not enough from Milky Cow. It's not enough. Behind this, Wayne taking up, not just into Hype-Tech, into Hydro, Lurker, Viper. Lurker Den is on the way, the Vipers have arrived. That is going to be the answer to these tanks. As well, there's only 2 tanks sieged. Oh, they get picked up. He gets 2, he gets 3, he gets 4. All 4 tanks going to be going down and gets another. Gee, he has so much energy. So many Vipers. The yoinks, they're too much. Every tank goes down, and the base is finally going to be broken. And despite the repair, the Planetary does fall. And again, after a disastrous game 1, both Wayne and Milky Cow, they're bouncing back in game 2. They're making a series out of this, or at least they're looking to. As uThermal does go for a Hellion run by, is quite successful. Getting a lot of SCVs. Despite that, Milky Cow going to be distracting the army here at the natural. Wayne going for the 4th. Does force, oh, does get a kill. Hellions are cleaned up. Wayne getting another expansion. Likewise, Milky Cow getting his 4th. And there's no saving these bases. Yeah, the Lurkers, they're pushing in. The Lunkers, Poppy, they're here. Moving in towards the natural. Golden uThermal out of position. Busy dealing with Milky Cow. Oh. Catching a Phoenix. uThermal doing everything he can to try to force the army back home. But the army does not turn around. And there's almost nothing left. uThermal is down to 1 tank, a handful of Hellions. Likewise, there's a couple of High Templar in the main. There is no Storm. GG gets called. And Wayne Milky Cow, they do type the series 1-1. GG. Ooh. GG, well played. We have a back and forth. That's all we wanted. That's all we did want here. And again, winding it back a little bit, we saw that uThermal and Goblin, they kind of misread the situation. As a reminder, it was a 2-Rax Reaper opener out of Milky Cow and a gas opener out of Wayne, where he rushed into earlier link speed. So it was a more aggressive start, but if you remember, they didn't really commit too hard. Only a handful of Reapers and a handful of links were made. Both Wayne and Milky Cow, they just mass expanded behind it, got into their naturals. Wayne getting a faster 3rd base, droning up, and being greedy. And both uThermal and Goblin, they were being a little bit too overly defensive. It took them a long time to be active on the map and to move out. By the time they did, it was too late. By the time they did, both Wayne and Milky Cow, they got away with their openers. They got into their own armies, into roaches, into marauders, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Did a mind game at uThermal and Goblin, and now we're getting into game number 3. Gonna be loading into Breakwater. Compete is a strong word. But I'm sure it was fine, Poppy. I'm sure it was fine. Wasn't able to carry the old man too far. Oh no! Look after yourself, Pi. Look after it. No. I'm sure your back hurts. I'm sure. Oh no! Make sure you stretch. Make sure you stretch before you try to carry him. Don't pull a muscle. All good. All good. As we are going to be settling in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Breakwater, we have the red Zerg player. Oh, we have the red Zerg alongside the blue Terran. It is Wayne and Milky Cow. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the Terran and Protoss duo with uThermal and Goblin. Here we go. I mean, when it comes to the 2v2 event, I'm sure a lot of people didn't expect it to be so competitive, right? We were all so excited and surprised to see just how many signups, not just how many signups, but the amount of teams with pro players as well. There were just so many pro player duos in the lineup in the tournament, which was exciting, but also I'm sure very daunting for other teams as well. Which did make for a much more competitive 2v2 circuit. Much more competitive. Was a lot of fun to see. And so now we are going to be opening up. Milky Cow going to be opening up Marauder. Wait, what? He opens up with a Rax into Tech Lab into Marauder production early on. Very interesting. As the Tech Lab is done, Marauders are on the way with Concussive Shell into a delayed expansion. Meanwhile, a Hatch Gas Pool Opener out of Wayne, standard opener from the Zerg player, but again, Marauder opener here by Milky Cow. Now, I'm curious if they're doing this just because they were watching the previous games when we saw just mass Reaper snowballing out of control, and this could potentially be a way to try to cut that off ahead of time. As we can see, though, uThermal does open up with his Raxes on the high ground instead, not on the low ground. Interesting decision here. So much more conservative openers here from both Goblin and uThermal. You can see their demeanor has changed quite a bit throughout the course of this series. Much safer here as they wall up on the high ground. Is Clem/Trigger a team in this tournament? Yes, they are a team in the tournament. We'll be casting them later on. Don't worry, we'll get there. We'll get to Clem and Trigger. Hi, yapping at 4 AM. Oh. Oh no, the degen hours, Pappy. Ay. It's fine, it's fine. If you're watching and if you're in Europe, on the one hand, welcome, good to see you, but on the other hand, get some sleep. Oh, nice catch here on the Reaper. But get some rest, Pappy, get some rest. Look after yourselves. It's okay. I wish Rainer the best of luck when he attempts to carry the old man. Oh no. He'll do his best. Hope he's not too heavy. Don't hurt Rainer. As the Oracle does dip into the natural, very nice harassment here as 2-3 drones going to be going down. 4 workers even. Nicely done. Hellions are deflected. Get some rest, you back. after this cast, I do plan on sleeping at least a little bit before Masters Coliseum. That is the plan. A little bit. Look after yourselves. As we have for the first time here tonight, a Banshee opener out of Mark. Okay. Banshees are on the way. Hellions being active once again has been his go-to. Going into Banshee tank. And the Hellions, they do slip to the middle line. They get a drone. They get two. Two workers going down. Unfortunately, lack of saturation. Do have a Wayne investing into roaches early on as well. Into roaches, and of course, Milky Cow investing and doubling down into bioproduction, into biotank. As the Marauders are being active, trying to catch up the Hellions. Nicely done. The split attacks as well. Oh, gets one Hellion. But the Oracles, they will punish. Oh, can he get another? No quite. Marauder goes down. Scan does reveal the additional Maxes. Does reveal the bio. And Wayne is cutting worker production. I mean, that was a sign earlier. No drones. No drones here at the third base. Wayne, he's going for the all-in. He's going to be rallying everything across the map. I'm a little bit confused, though, because I'll be honest, we have more production on the way from the Terran side of things, from Milky Cow. So Wayne is going for the all-in. Milky Cow, his heart isn't fully in this. He is rallying some army across the map, but only some. As Stim is going to finish momentarily, Marauders are being focused down. And again, there just isn't really much Terran support here. Wayne cashing out the Stalkers, not bad. Most of the Stalkers do fall. Wayne is still not droning. He's making a 20 more lings behind this. Lair just now on the way. Very late Lair here to Wayne. But the station traps, they do pop off. They shut down the army. Ay, ay, ay. And Wayne, he's only on 2 base saturation. And now he's droning. Now Wayne is droning up. This is a big investment here from the Zerg. Dropping to the main. Doesn't get much done. Another stasis goes off. And Wayne, he just can't engage. And now he's droning. And on the one hand, this is good to see that Wayne, he is transitioning out of this. He's making 9 drones as we speak. He's finally saturating that third base. But this is late. This is late for Wayne. His lair, his upgrades, everything has been delayed in favor of this. And it has not been worth it. It's not worth it for Wayne. Lings, they peel off into the mineral line. They at least attempt to. Traffic pushing in. They get a tank. One tank goes down. Oh. Wayne just cannot break through. He's got that one tank though. Let's go. Engaging with the army. Lings, they do get into the mineral line. The miles. Oh my god. Okay, never mind. Damage is being done. SCVs are falling. Goblin comes in from behind. He gets both the tanks. And the tanks are going down. And this army is being cleaned up. Wayne has to get the hell out of here. So does Milky Cow. Or as they leave the army idle. And again, behind this, Wayne is still droning. He's still just now saturating his third. Now getting a later fourth base. Milky Cow, he has been at least building up and working on his upgrades, but I mean, likewise, his own army is still quite lacking. So I'll say the Goblin and uThermal, they're in a better position. Now able to expand, they break free. uThermal moving out with his Banshees, he has Cloak. And momentum has swung from one team to the other. I think Light runs on naps only. He has a light sleep. Yo, Sinistro, get some sleep, Pappy. Calm down, Pappy, calm down. Oh, no. He's going to be diving in. Headed towards the mineral line. Tanks, they do siege. There's going to be 5 tanks here for uThermal. 1 tank is going to go down. Not even though it lives. It survives. The tank survives. Massive shot's going to be going off on the base. Finally, 1 tank goes down. But all that for 1 tank. As from here, they can just rally across the map. They can shut down the expansion. At the same time, Banshee harass here across the map as well in the mineral lines. As another 2 tanks go down. But there's no saving the base. The base, 1 more volley. That's all it takes. Uno más. He wants it. Goblin, he gets it. One volley goes off. And Wayne is down to 2 bases. He's down to 2 expansions. Charge once they have arrived, they get on top of the tanks. And both Wayne and Milky Cow, they're being overwhelmed. There's some fire here on the high grounds. Let's go. The Marines, they hold. They hold the line. Technically, Wayne does have this northern expansion. Just now getting saturated. But he is cut off from it. He is cut off. This Goblin, he rotates. Wayne and Milky Cow, they're breaking out. As again, Goblin is on his own. Doesn't have uThermal for support. This Goblin, he attempts to engage, getting a medevac. Medevac goes down, gets a second medevac as well. Goblin getting a little bit too ambitious here. He's going to be punished. Stalker's getting picked up, and he's going to have to recall. Actually, never mind the terrain here. Jeez. he can get away. Meanwhile, uThermal comes in to clean up that expansion, to shut it down. Goblin gets away. Thermal dropping into the main. There is a tank in position. Wayne and Milky Cow, they're barely holding on. But just barely. As again, they don't really have much map presence, and eventually the duo of uThermal and Goblin, they will move out. Here comes the Unsiege, here comes the main army of uThermal. As he has the largest army out of all 4 players. That's a massive force. And once he moves out, I don't know if he can be stopped, I'll be honest. That's a hefty army. Wayne, he's working towards lurkers, but he's a little bit too far behind, as he has been losing bases, losing his economy. Can't afford lurkers. And the expansion is denied. Patching out some of the Hydras. As the armies are going for a split push, we have uThermal towards the north, Goblin towards the south. Yo, do we have Storm? We do. For the first time here tonight, Storm is here. Goblin, he has some kind of splash damage. Let's go. As Wayne, he's attempting to recover. uThermal, he's maxed. Jesus. He's maxed out. Oh, massive storm. Oh my god, the storms! Catches out the bio and almost nothing survives. The Marines have to get the hell out of here. Tanks get caught out. And now they can push. Now uThermal and Goblin, they can send it. As the storms, they were brutal. The lurkers, they are cancelled. They're denied. And no lurkers here. And uThermal, he can just stim and he can win. As he goes to the dive, there's one tank on the high ground. That's not going to be enough. GG gets called. And Goblin and uThermal, they will take the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Goblin uThermal taking another win here. They take down Wayne and Milky Cow. Again, we did have a back and forth series, but here in game 3 we had, unfortunately, it felt like a little bit of indecision or just a lack of team unity between Wayne and Milky Cow. If you remember, Wayne went for an all-in. He cut workers at 42 and he went for a straight up Roach Ravager Ling all-in. He ran into a wall of stasis traps. He didn't really have Milky Cow supporting him too much. Milky Cow was focusing on expanding and focusing on teching, and that big investment from Wayne just wasn't really worth it in the end. He was posturing, but he wasn't really able to trade too well, and he just set himself behind. And we saw him trying to rush back into the game by double expanding, by droning, by taking into Hive, into Vipers, into Lurkers, but he never got there because he was lacking the economy, because I would say because of the failed all-in. With that, Wayne was just a brutal position, couldn't quite recover. And uThermal and Goblin, they snowballed out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our semifinals ready for us. We've been following a lot of uThermal and Goblin, that is true, but we are also featuring some of these other players as well. When it comes to the semifinals, we have Big Gabe, we have HeRoMaRine and Status going to be facing off against Clem and Trigger, followed by uThermal and Goblin facing off against Spirit and MaxPax. We're going to be going on a short break. We need some time to set up these semifinals, and after the break, we'll be embracing those semis and the grand finals as well. As a reminder, the semifinals are going to be best of 3s, and the grand finals is going to be a best of 5. Oh boy, we'll get there. We will get there. Until then, take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, drain your disruptors, massage your marines, hydrate all of your hydras, tuck in your tempest, and we'll be back soon with those semis. See you soon. See you soon. Bye. See you soon. Ducklings, welcome back everyone, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OSC as we have returned with the semi-finals of the uThermal 2v2 circuit January 2025 edition. Here we go. For those that are curious, this is the first of many monthly tournaments featuring the 2v2 format. Shout out to uThermal, shout out to uThermal's community as well, to his audience for, of course, sponsoring, for hosting, for funding the event. So big shout out to the people out there, of course. And yeah, it's just a lot of fun. It's something a little bit different. We're so used to featuring 1v1 here on the CranKy Ducklings or in StarCraft in general. The team game aspect has been, unfortunately, very much so ignored for quite some time. It's definitely been kind of been lurking in the background. It's obviously popular, you know, a lot of people do play team games, are a lot of fun, but never has really been taken too seriously in the competitive setting. Every now and then we have some show matches, every now and then we feature 2v2s in some way, shape, or form. It used to be back in Pro League as well, way back when, but yeah, did never really kick off in the competitive setting, in the competitive field. But now that we're in the twilight years of StarCraft, for whatever reason, there has been interest gained once again into something different. And it might just be because it's refreshing. Like, we've been casting and covering 1v1 StarCraft for so long that maybe just experiencing a different version, a different kind of phase of the game, it's just yeah, something different and very refreshing, and it just scratches that itch of StarCraft, but a very different form of StarCraft. You could argue that maybe that's also why StarCraft Evolution popped off as well. It's just a different way to enjoy the game, and a little bit less serious, a little bit less competitive, but enjoyable nonetheless. Let's go. Let us embrace it. First things first, we do have the semifinals. We're going to be covering both semis and the grand finals as well. Up first is going to be Clem and Trigger up against HeRoMaRine and Status. Both uThermal and Goblin, they're going to be having a break here. We were featuring them all up until the semifinals, and they did make it here to the semis based off of their performances. But we have, of course, the other half of the bracket that has been unfolding as well. I want to say that the big surprises coming into this is Gabe and Status. Despite the fact that Gabe, of course, is a big name, he's one of the best Terran players in Europe, Status less so. I believe Status is GM, but he is not as well known as some of these other competitors. Even amongst the more mid-tier Protoss players in Europe, Status, he is still far below them. So it was surprising to see them doing well, and we will see why they've been doing well. They, of course, have been strategizing, and they have been implementing their own version of Terran and Protoss, and it's been quite effective. We'll see how effective, though, it's going to be against Clem and Trigger. Clem and Trigger, they are one of the heavy favorites, of course. Clem being the best player in the world, and Trigger, of course, alongside him, arguably being the best player in the Americas. We did feature a show match recently between Estrella and Trigger, and Trigger, he looked very impressive, at least in the PvP against Estrella. So Trigger, he has been improving a lot. For those who do not know, Trigger, he is in South Korea. He has been in Korea for 6 months. Oh, coming up on 7 months, I think. Like the Trigger, he's been in Korea for quite some time, has been improving so much and looking so good in that 1v1 format. But what about 2v2? What about the 2v2 formats? We're about to find out. Let's go. So we are jumping into game number 1. He's going to cast both, I believe. Yes. Going to be casting 3 more series here this morning, before going to bed and before getting rest and waking up for some more StarCraft and some more casting. Let's go! As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Emerald City, we have the Canadian Protoss, we have the French Terran. Together, we have a Trigger and Clem. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the purple Protoss player alongside the teal Terran. It is HeRoMaRine and Status. Here we go. We have a mirror matchup. Let's go. We have Terran and Protoss versus Terran and Protoss as well. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the first mirror matchup that we've had here tonight. Of course, the matches, they've all, in a way, blended together for me. all blended together. We'll see how they do compete, how they do compare. Now, I believe Status was streaming his POV at the time, and something that we did see out of both Status and Big Gabe is their team unity, is their teamwork, of course, and Status typically embracing Mass Phoenix, typically going into Mass Phoenix, and Gabe typically going to be directing him, getting into his own bio style, of course, as well. They have mixed it up and gone into all-ins, they've gone into more macro play. I'm curious how they will approach this. Likewise, I haven't actually seen much of Trigger and Clem. I do know that they have been playing as a duo in the Wardy Team League matches, in the Wardy 2v2 events, but I haven't had the luxury of actually casting or watching those matches, so I don't really know how they work together as a duo. I know they have a lot of experience just because they've been playing and competing a lot together, but I'm curious to see how that all comes together here. We'll see. But now it is going to be, speaking of, I mean, this is already like a very nice start. We have a Trigger going for the gas here at the natural. Now, you can share control in 2v2s or in 3v3s in team games. You can share control, and you can do things like this, where you can throw down a gas geyser, and your opponents can mine from it. Let's go. So yeah, this is like a nice little twist to things, and something you don't really see too often. The evolution of the 2v2 meta, and cute little things like this that you can actually pull off. There are, of course, other aspects of 2v2, such as sharing resources. That's something that we haven't really emphasized too much here today yet. I don't think that it's really been too applicable in a lot of these matches that we've been covering, but that is also another feature, of course, is you can share resources as the game progresses. You can share resources, you can share control. Because we have confirmation that they are sharing control, it means that at any moment you could see Clem controlling an army, you could see Trigger controlling an army instead from the opposing race. As we have double Stargate. Yeah, double Stargate here from our Protoss from Status. It is going to be Mass Phoenix from our purple Protoss. So Mass Phoenix here. Meanwhile, at the same time, we have Reaper Hellion Aggression out of Gabe. Gonna try to keep the opposing duo busy while the Phoenixes bank up. And again, Phoenixes, they do so well in 2v2. They're just they do such an amazing job at harassing, at wreaking havoc, dipping in between the bases, and typically you rely on your opponent to defend against any kind of ground aggression and ground commitment from the opposing players. For a long time, you know, Mass Phoenix was the go-to. You know, back in the day, we used to have 2v2s in the Shoutcraft Clan Wars as well, and I do recall a lot of Mass Phoenix there. It's been a couple of years, but don't think the meta of 2v2 has evolved too much over the years. As Gabe gets across the map, does take down 3 SCVs, not bad. Takes down the SCVs, does slow Clem down. The Phoenixes are revealed. Now both Clem and Trigger are aware. I mean, they were able to scout earlier. Phoenixes into the main. Clem not quite in position. The SCVs are going to be going down. Getting one, getting two. 2 SCVs do fall. Status, he pulls out. Does pull out. But right, I was meant to get into it. I believe Gabe and Status, to get to the semifinals, they took down the Laser Geralt duo, and they took down another duo as well that was quite impressive. But they brought down Elisa, Laser Geralt. Oh, they took down Jumi. That's it. Who was Jumi playing with? I think it was Jumi and Yang Yakov. That's it. That's it. So they took down Jumi and Yang Yakov alongside Laser and Geralt to make it to the semis. So they've already proven their worth and taken down some big teams. Some big boys. Oh. Sphinxes, they threaten to dive into the main. Reapers likewise testing the waters here at the natural. And we have more Stargates on the way, more Phoenixes getting up to triple Stargate production. Phoenixes, they go for the dive, they shut down the Cyclone. Cyclone is going to go down. Gets the one. Trading a Cyclone for a Phoenix. Status pulls back. Does pull away. Likewise, Gabe getting his own third TC. Building up his bio. Status is setting up for a third base. So just building up purely Phoenixes. Now, if I'm not mistaken, I believe in this setup, Gabe is giving excess gas to status to be able to afford all of this. So as he dips in. Picking up a couple of key units, pulling away. We're up to how many Phoenixes so far? 10. So far 10, soon to be 13. Fleet beacon on the way for Phoenix range. As he continues to threaten the bases. We can see Trigger trying to catch out those Phoenixes. Let's go. Trigger, he's hunting for the Phoenixes. He doesn't quite catch the reinforcements. And the Phoenixes, they just dive in. Yeah, they collapse on Clem. And Trigger, he's out of position. He's not at home to defend. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Clem's army being bullied. We just see Gabe reinforcing as well with purely Marine, with one tank. As we mentioned before, is I believe giving excess gas here to status. One Phoenix goes down. Army coming from behind. Collapsing on Trigger. Up. Okay, taking out a couple of Stalkers. Likewise getting picked off as well. Trigger, he gets caught out. And the armies for Trigger and Clem, they are lacking. As they were picked apart. Stalkers, they get lifted. Marines as well. And Gabe will knock down the expansion. And the CC is under fire. Oh, good. The max speed. How many Phoenixes do we have? 17! 17 Phoenixes. Taking down the tank. There's nothing to stop Gabe. Gabe, he can now stim in. Archon falls as well. Yeah, and Trigger and Clem, they're just being overwhelmed. They cannot keep up. The Phoenixes, they just keep going. He doesn't stop. Is somewhat running out of energy at least. But he's going for the Medivacs. Going for the Medivacs, picking up one of the tanks as well. Still efficient trades here from status. And Gabe, the tanks are now within range of the CC. Of the bases. So the boys are being pulled. They have to be. Mass Phoenix can't really do much here. As again, they have no energy. Trigger and Clem, they hold. Whew. They do hold on. They force Gabe and status back. At least for a moment. Trigger, his economy has been untouched. He's mass expanding. But it's Clem who's in trouble. As Clem has been losing everything. Yeah, the Medivacs, the Cyclones, the tanks. Down to a handful of Marines. Stuck on 2 bases as well. Clem just doesn't have an economy. Trigger can feed him, true. Can give him resources. And they survive. They hold. It's now time to harass. Oh no! Oh no, as these bases are completely exposed. Workers are going down, and Gabe rotating that direction as well. As we do get eyes on the expansions. Now, status does have to be careful with how and when he uses these lifts, as he is running out. Ooh, full Medivac goes down. But Trigger, he's being punished. As the Stalkers are lifted, Clemmy comes into support. Shuts down 2 of those Phoenixes. Likewise, Gabe just doesn't really have enough to keep going. Takes down the Archon. Stemming in towards the Mineral Lines. Catching out more Stalkers. Yeah, sniping more probes. Once again, just pulling Trigger and Clem apart. It's one of those things where in a head-on fight, these pieces, they can be targeted down, but they're just so mobile. They're so flexible. Once again, pulling away. Just so much freedom between the bases. Eventually, Gabe's drop is going to be cleaned up, but it's been more than worth it. As the dust settles, looking at the worker counts here. Trigger, his probe count is still quite high. 77 probes, impressive. He's been making non-stop workers. But do you see what I see? The sky toss. The era of the Mass Phoenix has come and gone. And now here comes the Mass Carrier. And this is how you 2v2. Meanwhile, Clem lifting up his main, going for the gold. I mean, that's all that Clem can do here. He has to try to maintain himself, going for the gold. Jumping across the map. And it's going to be cleaned up. Not the worst trades here from Clem. Takes down a couple of Phoenixes. Meanwhile, HeRoMaRine trying to hold on by himself. But he has a wall of tanks. And so far, Gabe is keeping up. Does reposition the tanks. Oof. Tank boys going off. The carriers, they have arrived. And they reveal themselves. Marines, they can trade well here, but again, the carriers are not on their own. They have support. Interceptors are falling. But Gabe, he stims in. Upgrades are even between the two Terrans. Gabe just finishing up +2. So Gabe, he is ahead in upgrades. Storm is on the way for Trigger, but he needs more time. And both Gabe and Status, I mean, they're close to maxing. Gabe stimming in. Storm is going to finish. Ah, no, as Clem, he just can't mine. Clem, he just wants an economy. His main base is going to be hunted down. Remember, that was the main that was floated over. The SCVs are somewhat safe, but they can't really do much out here. There's not much that can be done. Clem going for a Desperation Doom drop. He's moving out. And he does leave Trigger here on his own. Trigger, can he hold? As he's up against two armies. Storm is revealed. Clem going for the gold. And do we see a recall? Do we see that? There it is. He does recall back home. So it's going to be Clem versus Gabe here across the map. And Status versus Clem. The tanks are exposed. Storm going to be going off. But Gabe is going to be forced back. Trigger, he holds. He shuts down the Terran army. Likewise, Status also shuts down the Terran army as well. As he does focus on all the tanks. The Marines, again, they do trade well against the Interceptors. Clem, he busts in. So both Trigger and Clem coming out ahead. But the armies are still terrifying. And Clem, he cannot rebuild. This is all he has. As he's on half a base, barely half a base economy. And Clem is running out of C, Medivacs full, Marines as well. Trigger just sending it right down mid. Nice Storms. Storms, they pop off on the Pyro. But likewise, Trigger is also running out of reinforcements. Trickling in with a couple of Archons. The carriers, they're back. Clem was dealt with, now it's only Trigger. That's only Trigger left. And again, the drop wasn't too bad if only Clem had an economy, as he has to lift his mate. He has to live his natural floating over. Clem, he has 0 income. Trigger likewise trying to maintain himself. And this is the death blow of a carrier camp that cannot be dealt with. Not without your own Sky Toss at least. Like, even Massbling Stalker can struggle against this. How many carriers? 18! 18 carriers! This is one of those armies that you right click, you A move towards the top left hand corner of the map, and you just walk away. You just walk away and you let them do their thing. Ah, no. Not like this. Say this takes down 2 bases, he can just keep going. There's no reason to stop. Unless Gabe needs help back at home. Trigger diving in. Takes down a tank, takes down 2. Nice Storms. Trigger, he is pushing through. But with the reinforcements, Gabe, he has enough. Gabe, he has enough. He defends back at home. GG gets called as the carriers, they bust into the bases. And Gabe and Status, they take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. They do take a lead in the series. And again, they just did so well early on with the Mass Phoenix, just harassing, just picking both players apart, getting a lead early on. They were able to mass expand behind it, get their in third bases, they're in fourth bases, tech up into Skytoss eventually. So again, a very successful style here out of Gabe and Status. And we'll see, we'll see how Clem and Trigger respond, as Clem, he is switching to his main race. Let's go. Clem, he's switching things up, and Clem, he is going to be going into Protoss instead. Double Protoss from Trigger and Clem. Let's go. The main races are out, spawning in the top right-hand corner, top left-hand corner. We have the new and improved duo here. They struggled as Protoss and Terran, but now they're back as double Protoss. We have Clem and Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents leading the series 1-0. We have Status and Big Gabe. We go. Here we go. Now, what's interesting here, I do think that this is a response to the Mass Phoenix. Like, take into consideration here that if Status was to go into Mass Phoenix again, we could see both Clem and Trigger both focus on their own, either Skytoss production or one player going Phoenix, the other going Blink Stalker, having a more mobile composition with earlier Blink and earlier Phoenixes, and they can have an easier time rotating between the bases and working together to shut down Status. So this may just deter the Mass Phoenix style. Oh. Oh no. Ah, Gobslin. Not like this. I remember. But I'm just curious, Goblin and uThermal, they were casting this on their own respective channels. Likewise, shout out to Indy, shout out to TKL. Indy was casting in Polish, TKL in French. Steadfast in English. They roll over it. Let's go. Let us go. So now we are going to be settling in. God's like, how do I observe? It'll be fine. It'll be fine. As for the time being, we do have our standard opener here by Status, going for the Gate Cyber into Nexus. Likewise, we have double gas from Gabe going to a faster factory instead. Okay. So we do have a very different setup, a little bit safer here overall, getting to a later expansion. Meanwhile, across the map, with our double Protoss, what are we getting into here? We have a more economic opener out of Trigger, going for a Gate Cyber Nexus, or Gate Nexus into Cybercore. Likewise, same from Clem. So economic openers here by both Clem and Trigger. And what is the tech of choice going to be? We have a Twilight Council from Clem, going into Blink. Going into Blink Stalkers. Clem said main race. I mean, Clem, he's the highest rated Protoss player in Europe, so true. He's embracing his main race. Let's go. He's no longer denying who he is. What is he? Protoss. Oh, no. We're here for it. We're ready for it. Let's go. This is why 2-2 sucks. Skytoss is so lame. I mean, we see Skytoss in 1v1 as well, but yes, that is the meta. Like, the reality is, we mentioned it before. I mean, traditionally, don't know if the meta has shifted over time, but traditionally the meta is Mech and Skytoss. Like, there's a reason why Terran and Protoss as a duo are considered the strongest race in 2v2, or the strongest team composition, where we have one player going Mass Phoenix into Skytoss and the other player going like Hellion into Mech. Last game we did see that Gabe didn't play Mech, he played Bio, and once again we have a Rax, we have an eBay, it is going to be Bio out of Gabe, so he is taking a different approach here than is what, you know, considered to be, you know, like the optimal compositions. I don't know how much truth there is in that anymore, because again, that's a little bit outdated. It's been a long time since like 2v2 has been at the forefront of people's minds. And the more 2v2 that gets played here, I mean, I would imagine the meta will shift over time. You know, players will figure out what works, what doesn't, what is stronger than other compositions, of course. And then players will kind of shift in that direction. typically how metas are formed. Typically. As we have Blink on the way instead. Interesting. So Twilight Council into Blink Stalkers out of status. This time avoiding the Phoenixes. As we mentioned, just because of the double Protoss duo, I would imagine he's deterred from that. Just because of the sheer amount of gateway units and Blink Stalkers are going to be. Speaking of Trigger, he's going to be working towards Charged Archon instead. Interesting. So no Phoenixes, no Blink Stalkers. At least not from the side of Trigger. Clem rushing to a faster third base. And we do have a bit of a lull here. We do have a bit of a more passive start. As both players are building up. Status getting ready for a third base. Throwing down extra gateways. Interesting that Status, he walls up here in the main. Does wall off the main base of Gabe. You love to see it. I mean, it also means that I believe he will be able to warp in on the left-hand side as well, defensively if he needs to. And here comes the move out. Here comes a committed move out. Stim is about to finish. +1 is done for Gabe, so this is going to be a +1 timing. So by Clem holding the line. Nice kiting. Picks up a couple of units. Oh, Status moving in. Chargers, they come into play. And they collapse on the Stalkers. The tank is unsieged. Yeah, Gabe gets caught on siege. Stalkers get forced back. And both Trigger and Clem, they shut down this push. They take down the tank as well. Remember, there was no medevac support. Gabe losing everything. And Status, he just runs. He races back home. Clem and Trigger, they have momentum on their side. They can't keep pushing. They have their own warp prisms. They can reinforce across the map. There is the one tank on the high ground. There's that one tank. Gabe and Status, they're holding on. Attempt to take their third bases. But again, Gabe, he barely has an army to work with. And Clem and Trigger, they do rotate over towards the Protoss. Gabe not quite in position to defend. Not quite in position. Gonna be diving in. The tank gets unsieged. Oh, the tank does unsiege, gets caught out. Tank does fall. But last, there is enough here to fully break through. Clem busting into the main, going for the Zealot warp in. And just pulling Gabe apart. SCVs are going down. Third base gets denied. Third base is cancelled. And both Gabe and Status are just stuck on a 2-base economy. Meanwhile, both Clem and Trigger getting their thirds. Third bases are either saturated or on the way. Oh, Clem, he does get punished. Bleeds out some Stalkers. Yeah, it's gonna be all or nothing for Gabe. For Gabe and Status. The blue team, Team Blue. Blue team, they're moving out. I mean, they're committed. As the game progresses, they're going to be outscaled. Zealots, they drop back into the main once again. The prism goes down. Can they break through? See the red team setting up. Clem and Trigger. They have extra warp-ins. They've got their Archons. Jude threatening to dive. Oh, prism goes down. Nice pickup. War prism does fall. But again, there's just not really much bio here to protect, to keep pushing. Yeah, the tanks are targeted down. They do fall. And once again, Trigger and Clem, they overwhelm. GG gets called. And Clem and Trigger, they fight back. They put a point on the board. GG. GG, well played. Again, a much stronger initial defense when it comes to the double Protoss composition to shut down the initial move out, to snowball from there, and to just contain Status and Gabe the entire time. Again, as opposed to game number 1, there was just barely any harassment, barely any aggression, barely anything to really slow down the Protoss duo's economy, and with that, they were overwhelmed. And that leads us into the ace match. And the question becomes, do we still commit You know, once Clem has had a taste of the Protoss, they've had success with it, does he go back to Terran, or does he commit with more Protoss? We're here to find out as we're loading into game number 3, and we have the answer. It is, in fact, still going to be double Protoss. Here we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of a Crimson Research Lab, I believe we're loading into this map for the very first time here tonight. We have the red team. We have Trigger and Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team. We have the duo of Status and HeRoMaRine. So once again, double Protoss against Terran and Protoss. We saw that, again, with a less active style, our blue team had a little more, didn't quite have as much success. We'll see if we do try to revert back and go into Phoenixes and try to be active and get into mineral lines. This is a much larger map of the map pool, I should point that out as well. This is our first time casting on Crimson Research Lab, and we have some very open natural bases. Jesus. We have a shared main base into a shared natural, but very wide open, very vulnerable, as the ramp coming into the base is very wide, I should emphasize. Likewise, we have our third base on the left hand side. There are some rocks to at least protect, to at least buy some time. Meanwhile here, both players, they could actually still expand forward towards this low ground setup here. Interesting kind of map format is what I will say, very unique, but once again, very large, very wide open, a lot of open spaces, a lot of vulnerable locations in the center of the map, can deter some big fights. We'll see how how our players do approach this, how they adjust. Gate expand here from Status, if not earlier Nexus, actually, my apologies. Looks like Nexus first. Meanwhile, double gas opener out of Gabe, going for the racks into factory into a more delayed CC. But yeah, it looks like Nexus first, which is why the natural of Status is finishing up and the natural of both Trigger and Clem are still on the way. So these are still economic openers by Trigger and Clem, it's just even greedier by Status, which I do appreciate on a larger map like this. So the greed is real. The first gateways are finishing up into a depth harass, and it's going to be on both Trigger and Clem to try to punish the greed of Status. As Status says, his cybercore is still on the way. Like that's just how greedy he was. He's crazy. Still in production. We have our tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Clem. Twilight Council out of Clem, and Stargate from Trigger. So they do mix it up. Going for one and then the other. Meanwhile, Status, he has enough money for a double Stargate. Okay. It's going to be a double Stargate Mass Phoenix opener here out of Status. We're going back to basics, back to game 1. I mean, hey, they had a lot of success with it. But again, how do they fare against a double Protoss team? Nobody wants to play 2v2 because Sky just ruins it. I mean, what do you mean? Everyone is playing 2v2. This is a very successful event. I mentioned it before, but there were, what, over 100 competitors? Or around 100 players, participants in this tournament, which was crazy. A lot of interest, which was really cool to see. So there we go, Phoenixes are on the way. But even if you personally don't enjoy playing it yourself, there was clearly a lot of interest in competing in this event. And even more so. Again, as we mentioned before, there's a reason why 2v2 is kind of back in the forefront of people's minds, is because team game tournaments have been a little bit more on the rise when it comes to Warriors events, and now this circuit as well, which is really cool to see. Really cool to see interest returning once again, both viewer-wise and competitor as well, as Phoenixes are building up. When it comes to the Stargate opener from Trigger, it's only for the Oracle. Interesting. So Oracle opener into a switch into ground toss instead. So it's not going to be Phoenix versus Phoenix. Status, he will maintain that air control, making 3 Phoenixes at a time. That's a lot of Phoenixes. As he's moving out from the side of Gabe, he is going into Bio Tank. It's going to be a 2-1-1 setup into Stim, into MetaMax as well, into an eventual move out. And we'll see what Status can get done. Well, Status, he is denied. So far, I mean, I do think that this is one of the big reasons why both players did play Protoss. With both players going Stalker like this, they can keep up with that Stalker harass a lot easier. And instead, they actually just counterattack. They actually just move out. The Phoenixes, they do nothing. Oh! Mind shot goes off. Nice connection. Clem not quite paying attention. Takes a shot to the face. Back at home, are we set up for this, though? There are a lot of Phoenixes, that is true, but defensively, Phoenixes, they're a little bit less than ideal. They need support. First Phoenix goes down, trades 1 for 1. Stim is not ready for Gabe. They commit. They commit to the fight. Nice start stepping here out of Gabe. Does start to step forward. Most of the Stalkers, they get lifted. And they will shut down this army. Yeah, the Stalkers all go down. Yeah, very nice engage here. Even without Stim, I mean, the lifts, they help out. Status and Gabe, they take the fight. And now it's time to counterattack. And can they shut down this third base? As again, both Trigger and Clem have been greedy. They both took their third bases. They have the greater economy. And it's time to send it. Ah, but there's no way in. They have to knock down those rocks. There we go. Drop into the third. The drop comes in. Well, Phoenix is a little bit too premature there. There we go. Coming in together. Massive Stim here from Gabe. Takes out the Stalkers. Oh, do we have any lifts left? Ah, not quite. Yeah, Trigger and Clem, they hold, they defend. They shut down the push. And they save the third. And with this, they have a greater economy. Sage is now getting his own third. Phoenix is moving out. Stalkers are somewhat in position. Oh, going for the feedback. Let's go. Feedback going off. From here, Status, he backs up, building up his army. 4th Stargate on the way. So he's building up. We have Storm here from our Protoss, from Trigger. Let's go. I mean, again, what's important here, despite going into these mass Phoenixes, there was a much stronger fight initially here from Status and HeRoMaRine. What about the economies, though? What about the worker count, the economy, the bases, the probes for Trigger and Clem? As they are getting out of hand. So far, untouched. That's typically one of the strengths here of Mass Phoenix, is harassing. And they have been denied. I want to see 4-player Blink Stalker battle. I don't know if there's much interest in 4v4s. We mentioned before that I know that Wardy has been hosting some 3v3 events, but I think 4v4 can get a little bit excessive. It can also be harder to find teams, just because, of course, you require an extra person. So it can be difficult to fill out teams. And of course, you have the issue of the game not being very optimized, and 4v4 like maxed out armies can absolutely just destroy PCs. Like, it's seeing, like, you know, multiple players going mass sky toss with all the interceptors on the field at once. Yeah, not the most optimal game mode, unfortunately. 4-player setups. So you can't just, like, tank someone's frames with that. So I don't think there's too much interest in at least 4v4. But right, sorry, You're referring to like 2v2 Mass Wing Stalker. We'll get there one day, maybe. But now, Mass Phoenix. How many pieces does he have? 34. Jesus. 34 Phoenixes. Mass EMPs. Ooh, the storms are brutal though. Oh my god. Storms, they pop up. They zone back the army. Meanwhile, nice lifts here on Clem. Clem is being shut down. Nice avoiding of the storms. But the Bio Army does crumble. Gaby gets cleaned up. Now it's just purely Phoenixes. The Phoenixes are going to be forced back. The Archon gets a lot of shots off. Yeah, very close fight. Very close engage. Some nice EMPs towards the end. And it looks like the blue team will barely clean this up. Oh god, no! Oof. Massive Archon shots. At the same time, Clem with the warping into the main may have lost his main army, but he takes down the main base of Status. Yeah, the main goes down. Likewise, Zelt's here towards the third base as well. Economy's being crippled. And Status, he just wasn't quite ready for this. Didn't notice at the time. Status falling behind, still does maintain a pretty large army. But the economy's not there. Not anymore. Down to 1.5 bases. Meanwhile, Clemmy's on 4, going for the gold. As we mentioned before, even though some of these trades have been going the way of Team Blue, the red team, their bases are untouched. Like their bases, their economy, getting out of control. Gabe and Status are that much more committed. Storm's going to be zoning. Ooh, the Phoenixes, they dive in. The Archons, they punish. Oh my god. The Archons and the Storms. The Phoenixes are being dealt with. With that, Clem and Trigger, they're taking the fight. They're forcing back Gabe. Forcing back Stasis. They're holding their own. Nice lifts. But what's concerning to me, though, is that as the Phoenix count gets lower, it's not being rebuilt. It's not being rebuilt. Not anymore. Status, he plummets in supply. It's turning into a 1v2. It's just Gabe all on his own. There's 2 Phoenixes, but that's all there is. And Gabe, he can't do this on his own. He's trying, though. Snipes going off, fighting his heart out. Doing what he can. The storms are brutal, and once again, Status, he's down to nothing. Down to a couple of workers. No army. Gabe doing everything he can to survive. Oh my god, the storms are still insane. And again, he's fighting 2 armies here. There's only so much he can do on his own. As they'll say, tap on top of the army, they get on top of the ghosts are getting picked off one after the other. They're not saved. And GG gets called. Trigger and Clem, they will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. A very dynamic back and forth here, as both Stasis and Gabe, they did force the ace match, and even in this game they had some very nice fights. Unfortunately, they weren't able to really get much behind that, despite winning engagements in the center of the map. By the time they got across the map to hit some of these bases, there are plenty of reinforcements. Part of this is also the size of the map as well, because of how large Crimson Research Lab is. By the time the army goes from one end to the other, there are warp-ins, there are reinforcements. Clem and Trigger, they were able to survive, able to maintain their bases, their economy, and bounce back in that game. GG, well played. Of course, the game-winning move was the Zealot warp in into the main base as well, catching Status completely off guard. Both Status and Gabe were caught off guard. And with that, Status lost his economy, lost his bases, lost his production as well, and it very quickly turned into a 1v2 as a result. As Gabe, he was on his own after that, and couldn't keep up against both Clem and Trigger. GG, well played. With that, we have our first finalists here. Our first team moving on into the grand finals, and we're here to find out who will join them in those finals. Is it going to be the duo of uThermal and Goblin, or MaxPax and Spirit? Let's go. As we are getting into that second semifinals. Clem won that match with Zealot Harass. Yes, as we mentioned, we had the Zealot warping into the main. As he mentioned, it did take status out, the main base, the production, the economy. That was the game-winning move. Ooh, as game 1 is going to be on a map that I don't think we've casted on yet tonight. Game 1 is going to be on Arctic Flowers. Let's go. On matches, hello Seagrail, hello, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Good to see you. So we're getting into our second semifinals and spawning in the top right hand corner of Arctic Flowers. We have our red duo. We have Goblin and uThermal. Here we go. The players that we've been following for the majority of this event. Scrolling down, or in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the duo that we haven't featured yet. It is the Terran and Protoss, MaxPax and Spirit. When it comes to the teams making it to the semifinals, it has been purely Terran and Protoss duos. The last Zerg teams were Elazer and Geralt. They got knocked down by Gabe's team. And of course, we had Wayne and Milky Cow that got knocked out by uThermal and Goblin. So just purely Terran and Protoss remaining here. And which pairing will make it to the finals? We're here to find out. And again, welcome one and all to Arctic Flowers. Again, a map that we have yet to cast on here tonight. We once again have a shared main base into a shared natural as well. The third bases are going to be more spread out, so our players are going to be a little bit more isolated as they take their thirds. We have a gold in the center of the map. And what I will say, oh, actually, no, sorry, we did cast on this map previously, I think at the start of the day. My apologies, I remember these speed zones. We have speed zones, but we also have more choke points and points of elevation here. As opposed to Crimson Research Lab, the center of the map is less open. It is a little bit more congested and can allow for more positional play as well. For more positional play. We'll see if we can get there. For now, we have our openers, and we'll see what kind of tech we get into. We have our initial 2-gate opener from Goblin. Meanwhile, we have MaxPax instead going for a gate into expand into, or sorry, gate cybercore into expansion. Much more economic opener here out of MaxPax, a safer opener out of Goblin. So when it comes to comparing the two Protoss players, MaxPax is being more greedy here. And no surprise there. And Spirit opens up 2-Axe Reaper. Interesting. So while MaxPax is being greedy, Spirit is being aggressive. His goal here, I would imagine, is to keep the red team busy. Here we go. As Reapers are moving out. Reapers are moving out across the map. uThermal dipping in for a scout himself, as they have yet to really confirm what's going on. And he will delay the CC. Not bad. SCV is going to be denied. Spirit, he turns back around. As the SCV does fall, he's racing all the way back home. Spirit out of position. And uThermal being quite successful with this early harass. Going for the scout into the main. Gets eyes on the tech, gets eyes on the Twilight Council, as it is going to be a blink-based opener here from MaxPax. But again, both Goblin and uThermal are still only on one base, still no expansion. We should be seeing one soon. As they are stuck in one base play. Reaper gets focused down. If I'm not mistaken, we have another gateway. Is this the one base all in? Yeah, sorry, my apologies. It is. My apologies. I was a little bit too focused on the harassment here, but yeah, we have a third gateway in the main base, so it's going to be one base blink here from Goblin, going up to 4 gates, I would imagine. And here we have a 1-1-1 from uThermal. It's all or nothing early on. But the Master Reaper from Spirit, he shuts down the Hellions. First Hellion goes down. Oh, catching out the Reaper as well. Spirit just buying time. Meanwhile, I assumed it was going to be a Banshee-based opener here from uThermal. It's going to be a 1-base BC all-in as the Fusion Core is done. And Battle Cruisers are on the way. Meanwhile, there's that proxy 4th gate. As we mentioned, it's 4-gate blink out of Goblin and 1-base BC from uThermal. So one way or another, the game is about to end. Either the red team wins here and now, or the blue team survives, defends, and snowballs out of control. As they are keeping up. We do see uThermal. He's actually expanding. Very late CC on the low ground for uThermal. This tells us that he doesn't feel too confident that they're going to be able to break their opponents. But this is still so committed. Reapers are being cleaned up. They're gaining ground. Pushing in towards the bases. MaxPax falling back to the shield battery. Spirit going to be losing SCVs. And Spirit has to evacuate his natural. But MaxPax is untouched. And he's building up a higher stalker count. Here comes the BC. He commits. He goes to the dive. Yeah, the BC has arrived. The boys are being pulled. And does uThermal, does the red team have enough to break through? It looks like they do. They take down the stalkers one after the other. Hellions, they come in. They shut down the probes. But there's still more stalkers coming in. And MaxPax, it looks like he has enough to bring down the BC. The battlecruiser is targeted. And MaxPax holds. And that was mainly a 1v2, by the way. Like, Spirit, after losing all his Reapers, he didn't really have anything here. Like, impressive. MaxPax with the 1v2. Shuts him down. I mean, I say that, I'm pretty sure Spirit has been feeding. Yeah, Spirit. So if you're curious, where's the army for Spirit? What's been happening? What has he not been producing? Spirit has been giving MaxPax resources to warp in. So just purely Blink Stalker here for MaxPax. Spirit has just been giving him everything. And MaxPax does hold. That's how MaxPax can afford this kind of production here and all these warp-ins. And MaxPax on his own. I mean, I say on his own with Spirit support. Holds. Does hold. Spirit now retaking that natural. Can get it back up and running. Likewise, BC into the main. BC dives in. Gets 4 probe kills so far, not bad. He's going to be cornered. MaxPax, he shuts down the proxy. And he defends back at home. Does defend back at home. I say that because we see Spirit sharing resources, we could be sharing control as well. So there's a world out there where potentially Spirit is the one defending while MaxPax, he commits across the map. It's hard to say. Hard to tell. As Max actually has his own proxy across the map, he reinforces how many stalkers? 29! That's a lot of stalkers. 29 stalkers here from MaxPax. Scan reveals that Spirit has nothing going on. Again, I'm pretty sure he's just feeding MaxPax, giving him all the money he needs. And here comes the dive. Boys are being pulled. And he will cripple the economy. Does MaxPax have enough to keep going, though? The SCVs are being pulled as well. Yeah, pull all the boys. The boys are pulled. Tank on the low ground does support. Very nicely done. The one tank helping out. And from here, MaxPax, he is going to be forced out. There's a tank on the high ground. Oh, never mind. MaxPax, he does reinforce. Some more stalkers have arrived. At the same time, BC wreaking havoc in the main base of Spirit. BC getting a lot done. Stalkers, they respond. BC racing back home. BC does race back. Now, if you remember, if you were here for the WTL tournament, the 2v2 tournament that we held at the beginning of 2024, then we actually had something very similar. For those that don't remember, Spirit, he played with Raynor. It was Spirit and Raynor, they were the duo. And similarly to what's happening here, where here Spirit, he's just feeding MaxPax. When Raynor played with Spirit, he fed Raynor, and Raynor maxed out on pure muta. He was at like 200 supplied muta. It was crazy. But they had a very similar style, where Spirit just gave Raynor all the money. Gave him all the money, just went mass muta instead. Here, you know, unfortunately, you know, the friendship between Spirit and Raynor, not there. Instead, replaced with MaxPax. Replaced with the Protoss. Feels Raynor, man. But we did hear that apparently Raynor next time wants to play with Rotterdam, potentially. As Raynor did not play in this event. Yo, I want, I mean, it's, Now I'm getting sad. I was gonna say I want the return of Oliveira and Cyril. For those that were here again last year, Oliveira and Cyril, they were a duo and they were amazing together. I mean, they won the entire tournament, and it was insane how well they worked together with their macro, with their micro, of course. They were a crazy duo. But you know, now Oliveira, he has since retired. He has since stepped away. So we won't have the reprisal of Cyril and Oliveira. If only, if only. Do miss it. Meanwhile, as we're getting into this, a big shout out to Wooman12 in the chat. Baby God, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. I do apologize. It did take a little bit as we were otherwise focused on the match itself, so I do apologize. But thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. And welcome. Welcome, Pappy. Welcome. Hold on. There we go. Shout out to Wooman12. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you're still there. I hope you're still there. So again, I do apologize. It did take a little bit to notice. But we do appreciate it. As from here, Spirit, he has a semblance of an army. MaxPax moving in. BC does get into the natural once again, going for Spirit. But MaxPax is on 4 bases. He's on a 4-base economy. He is thriving. And both Goblin and uThermal, they're stuck on 2 bases. They are contained. MaxPax, he commits. He dives in. Takes down a tank. Force Fields, they do cut MaxPax off. Abby's going for the CC. He's going for the 3rd base. He can't float away. No shot. Okay, the command center is going to be targeted down. And again, Goblin and uThermal, they just cannot expand. Meanwhile, Spirit dropping into the main. It's like, mate, you want to BC me? GG gets called. And with that, Spirit and MaxPax, they take game number 1. Whew. GG. They do take a lead in the series. And again, it's a very different style as well. Like previously, we were seeing, you know, these more unique compositions, which there was some feeding getting involved as well, don't get me wrong, when it comes to Mass Phoenix or getting to this more like mech-based composition. But here's something very different where we have both Spirit and MaxPax focusing on just feeding and just bolstering one of the players instead. As we mentioned before, we've seen this before with Spirit and Rainer as a duo. Now we're seeing it here with Spirit and MaxPax as well. And I mean, it works well. I mean, it can work well here. Just like boosting a player and having them snowball out of control and gain momentum. And now we're getting into game number 2. It's going to be on Ruscalia, which I believe is one of the older maps in the map pool. It's a name that I'm familiar with, I think. Yeah. When did Oliveira retire? He retired, I want to say a week ago. It hasn't been too long, but basically his last event was, I believe, the Little League Cup group stage, which was less than a week ago actually. So a couple of days. Been a couple of days since the announcement. I mean, I say a couple of days. I think it was Wednesday. No, Tuesday. Like early this week. Early this week was the announcement. Again, we did speak about it during the podcast when we were catching up on the news. But here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner. We have our red team. We have our duo here down in the series. We'll see if they can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Goblin and uThermal. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the opposing duo here, leading the series 1-0. It is Spirit and MaxPax. Here we go, and welcome one and all to Ruscalia. Again, this is a map that has been around for a very long time, similar to Emerald City, where I believe it's been in the map pool for many years at this point. And we have a shared main. We have a shared main base, which is a little bit more open. We have a shared natural base, and likewise, the entry point towards the third base is a lot more narrow. It's likewise a little more linear as well, so it is easier to defend, to set up, and to get into a longer mid-game scenario. We'll see if we can get there. This time we'd have once again MaxPax going for a gate into Nexus. That is a Nexus before Cybercore, so very greedy opener here by MaxPax. Meanwhile, Spirit opening up Double Gas. Now, as a reminder, last game Spirit did open 2x Reaper. This time Double Gas into a faster factory. So it's all about MaxPax being greedy and Spirit playing safe. Playing safe / more aggressive. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have a Rax into CC on the high ground here from uThermal. So economic opener here by uThermal with 1 gas geyser. Meanwhile, Goblin going to be opening up 2 gate. Ooh, 2 gate opener out of Goblin into a Cybercore, a more delayed expansion from our Red Protoss player. I mean, last game we see, I should say we saw both players go for an attempted 1 base all-in. After the failed 1 base all-in, uThermal and Goblin, they fell behind. Meanwhile, hello, we do have a proxy being set up here by Goblin. You have my attention. Pylon has been placed, and what exactly is the plan? This wouldn't be the worst location for a proxy Stargate to harass across the map. Otherwise, we could see a proxy Twilight Council. And speaking, there it is. Twilight Council has been placed, and you do not proxy the Twilight Council unless you intend to proxy a Dark Shrine. The the probe is still in position to throw down the further tech. So bold move here from Goblin. Should be going for the Dark Shrine. Meanwhile, the initial Reaper Adept moving out across the map. It does confirm that there's no CC yet, as uThermal's on the high ground. Does confirm. I mean, this is a really strong scout and a really important scout for Spirit and MaxPax. Remember, last game there was a 1 base all-in, so this time they at least confirm that both players are expanding. That MaxPax and Spirit are safe. As MaxPax is going for a second Stargate, and he's going Mass Phoenix. Oh boy. He's going full status. So Mass Phoenix out of MaxPax. At least game 1 we saw Mass Blink Stalker, but Phoenixes are building up over time. Third Stargate on the way, and we saw previously that Spirit, he's more than willing to just feed his opponents and to give MaxPax all the money that he needs. As once again, if you look at this, you may think, hey, is Spirit like missing macro cycles? No, he's not. He is giving MaxPax all of his money. Just giving him all his money. Spirit, all he has is 1 Hellion and 1 Cyclone. He's just feeding MaxPax. Take all the minerals, all the gas. Eat it all up. MaxPax, he's a growing boy. He needs it. And he's able to afford a quadruple Stargate setup. +1 air attack, 4 Stargates, building up a Mass Phoenix. And he's just getting all the money. Let's go. Meanwhile, the Proxy Dark Shrine is about to finish. Proxy Dark Shrine is about to complete. So this is similar to Gabe and Status, if you remember, but to the extreme, because Gabe was feeding Status, but only a little bit of gas. Like, Gabe, he was still building up his own marine composition, if you recall, and it was giving Status excess gas. Here, Spirit, he's giving MaxPax everything, most of the minerals and gas, and that means that MaxPax can afford extra Stargates, and even more Phoenixes earlier on. Now, it does mean that, of course, the Spirit's army is non-existent. Like, this is it. The 1 Cyclone and the Hellion. Now, it does mean that, you know, the Terran player doesn't really have much going on, but I mean, Spirit, he likes it. It's fine. He does spot the Dark Templar. He will shut it down. Yeah, Spirit, he's on DT duty. Takes down the DT. He's got the scans. Meanwhile, another Dark Templar towards the natural. And is there another scan available? There is not. There's no scan. The Oracle's on the way. Oracle's in production and being chronoed as we speak for that revelation. And this is some pretty good damage. This is impacting both players here, as we have a Dark Templar in every single base, at least of Spirits. And this will be hurting MaxPax, as this is still MaxPax's money. I mean, as we're still waiting for that revelation. There we go, revelation to the mineral line, takes out 1 DT, but DTs, they continue. Oh, there's a scan. Another DT goes down, there's 1 DT left, and MaxPax just moves out across the map. And there's a revelation, but there's still another Dark Templar. MaxPax, what can he get done? There's Widowmines being set up back at home. Does get a couple of SCVs, but so far uThermal and Goblin, they hold. So far they are holding. There's still one Dark Templar in the main, hidden in the corner. Now he's going for it. Now on the one hand, this is all really good damage. This is very nice damage being dealt here. So far 15 SCVs have fallen alongside 13 probes. That is some good damage. But both Goblin and uThermal, they're still stuck on 2 bases. They're still stuck on a 2-base economy. Whereas MaxPax is getting his 3rd. DT's gonna be cleaned up. Phoenixes, they dive into the natural. Stalkers, they get caught out. And uThermal is out of position. He's across the map. He's not at home to help defend. Goblin, he's on his own. And Goblin, he will lose all his Stalkers. Remember, Goblin, his money has been spent in these Warpins and these Dark Templar. So Goblin is down to almost nothing. Army-wise, I mean. We're bringing a couple of defensive DTs. Pieces into the main. uThermal is pushing in. Mine shall say connect. Spirit once again under fire. But it's not about Spirit, it's about MaxPax. As he does recall back home. Jesus, he was able to get quite a lot done. You know, on Spirit, he's in trouble. MaxPax diving in. Gets a tank. Tank goes down. You know, Spirit, he defends his main. uThermal with a MaxPax army. I want to say he can take the fight. And Mass Phoenix cannot engage. Not into this kind of army. Not easily. Tanks are moving down. Ooh, Phoenixes, they go for the lift. And it's going to be a rough trade here for MaxPax. The base is going to fall. The Marines, that's nobody out of control. They shut down some of the army, but the tanks, they hold the line. Spirit, he's helping. He's got 3 tanks. Does actually help, does allow them to survive. Honestly, if it wasn't for these tanks, potentially MaxPax would have died then and there. Then and there, it could have been over. We're getting scrappy. Goblin double expanding. I mean, he's broke. He needs something to go his way. Meanwhile, looking at the units tab, this is still 16 Phoenixes. Moving out across the map. Getting a couple of workers. I'm loving the addition of the Archons as well. Up! Ooh, mine shot's going up. Nice splits out of MaxPax. Does avoid the mines. Leaving out 2 Stalkers. A 3rd Stalker goes down. 3rd Stalker does fall. And as long as uThermal can maintain this Marine Widowmine composition, he should be able to, I mean, we should be good. I mean, uThermal, he would like a 3rd base. 3rd CC's on the way. Now setting up. Meanwhile, we do see Spirit. He is somewhat producing an army. He's got a handful of tanks that he's building up, but still, of course, feeding MaxPax. As MaxPax, he does catch out some of the army. The mines! Oh no! Oh my god, massive connections! MaxPax, he runs into the minefield. Yeah, and with that, uThermal, he can go for the kill. Send it, Pappy, send it. He can move out. He's got the Archon support behind this. And Phoenix is on their own without splash damage. I mean, how does he push into this? We have carrier production on the way. 4 carriers at a time for MaxPax. He needs more time. MaxPax, he needs time. He's not going to get it. They rotate. They deny the 4th expansion. Nexus is going to go down. Oh, the light shots. Up. Oh my god. Once again going off. Archon's moving in. There is still that line of tanks. And both uThermal and Goblin are trading well. Getting into the mineral line. Oof. Some more mine shots will connect, but the carriers, they've arrived. Remember, it was all about MaxPax and Spirit just turtling and defending until the carriers. Despite that, that's still 3 Archons and a lot of Marines, Widowmines as well. Oof. Mine shots going up. Scan reveals the Sky Toss. Mothership's on the way. All tanks within range of the Widowmines. Oh my god. Widowmines are cleaned up. And can they break out? As behind this, both Goblin and uThermal, they have solid economies. Another expansion on the way for Goblin. Going into the main. Going to the natural. Winking on in. Yeah, tanks are not quite here. It's going to be lifted. Tanks, they're repositioning. Carriers as well. The blue team, they're going to be able to hold on. Oof. Jesus. We'll hold. Again, these Widowmines, they have been brutal. And uThermal should be the first to max out. And there's still no other support here. There's no Colossus, no Storm, no Disruptors. He's relying on that tank army. You see the first bio upgrades just now on the way. For the most part, Spirit, he's still feeding MaxPax, allowing him to build up more carriers. More carriers on the way. Ooh. Another Phoenix popping up. And Max actually does get behind the mineral line. Does Goblin react? Getting a lot of probe kills. Meanwhile, uThermal, he denies the 4th. As the Phoenixes are running out of energy. Good damage nonetheless. A Goblin going for his own Sky Toss. Stargates have been thrown down. Plus one air attack as well. But MaxPax, he's beaten him to the Sky Toss. How many carriers does he have? 9, Jesus. 9, soon to be 13 carriers. That's a lot of Sky Toss. And the reality is that mass carrier can annihilate these armies. I mean, I say that if these two armies work together, especially with all these Archons, there is a world where they can shut down the Interceptors, for sure. So there is still potential here for both Goblin and uThermal, even if the Protoss army maxes out. And MaxPax, he is soon to max out. They're trying to fight the Interceptors. Nice slow zone here. Zoning back the bio. As MaxPax, he's finally expanding. Getting another base. Spirit forced to expand elsewhere. As uThermal and Goblin, they have their entire half of the map. But MaxPax, yep, he's at 200 supply. How many carriers? He has 13. Soon to have 17. 17 carriers. That is crazy. Ay, ay, ay. Now, the Tempest production is solid here from Goblin. That is the counter. Tempest to do bonus damage to massive units, and a carrier does count. So Tempests are what you want. But are they going to get here in time? As Tempest can bully this army. Ideally, MaxPax would have his own Tempest, but he doesn't know. So he's moving in. Nuke on the main army. MaxPax, he's hunting for the ghost, does get it. That was very precise. Bold move. But the ghost gets killed. Nuke towards Spirit's natural. Meanwhile, Mothership, it sneaks by. And both uThermal and Goblin, they don't notice. They don't get eyes on the Mothership. And we're going for the recall. There it is, recall into the main. Going for the production. God, that's so many carriers. Again, that's 18 carriers. Ay, ay, ay. And the army's out of position. You can see both Goblin and uThermal, they're racing back home. Mothership goes down, and the Tempests are exposed. And again, the Tempest, the only thing really threatening MaxPax. Can he bring them down? Gets one Tempest. There's 4 Tempests left. Takes down the mineral line. Trying to bait the army in. He gets another. There's 2 Tempests. Sorry, there's 3 Tempests remaining. Now there's 2. Yeah, massive snipes here from MaxPax. Resets the Tempest. Yeah, MaxPax, he has 5k minerals. Jesus. Spirit, he has not stopped just feeding MaxPax. Giving him everything. And you can see the ground army of the Protoss just cannot engage. The terrain just working against uThermal, working against Goblin. And MaxPax, he's done it. GG gets called. He snowballs out of control. Likewise, at the same time, Spirit, he's got his double drop. He's helping. He's adding in some way. And Spirit and MaxPax, they take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Very impressive there by Spirit and MaxPax. They were up against the wall. They were stuck on 3 bases, but the power of Mass Carrier, it's enough. 18 carries at the end plus a mothership. Alas was able to completely outposition uThermal and Goblin. I want to say that they had a chance in this game, especially because they were both close to maxing out. Tempest were building up, but that was only if they could fight on their terms. Alas, they were out of position. They had to race back. The terrain was working against them because they mainly had ground-based armies. The production was getting in the way. The cliff faces and the ramps as well just made it awkward for the Archons and for the Marines to actually engage with the carriers. And GG well played. Also, really important moves out of MaxPax to snipe the to snipe the Tempest ahead of time, to snipe the mothership as well. Did kind of bait Goblin to get closer and was able to shut him down. GG, well played. With that, we have our 2 finalists here. It's going to be a best of 5 between MaxPax Spirit alongside Clem and Trigger. Let's go. Do need a moment to set that up. But yeah, MaxPax at the end, he had 5,000 minerals. It was crazy. At a certain point, it's like, Spirit, you don't have to keep giving him. You can make units yourself. It's okay. Like, you can throw down some Raxes, make some Marines. I mean, he had like a double drop. True, he had something on the map. Let's go. As we are just setting up. Beautiful. We have our teams, we have our players, and we're getting into game number 1. Game 1 is going to be on Reclamation. Let's go. I think he played only a week ago, but played Protoss. As we mentioned, if you're referring to when did Oliveira retire, Oliveira, he retired a couple of days ago. I want to say it's been 5 days or so since the announcements, but yeah, Oliveira, he did retire not too long ago, unfortunately. But here we go, we're getting into our fresh best of 5, the grand finals, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Reclamation, we have our red duo. We have the double Protoss duo, as again, our French Terran here, he has cast aside, you know, the facade that was the Terran. He's embraced the Protoss. It is Clem and Trigger. Clem. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Protoss and Terran duo. We have MaxPax and Spirit. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. And so far, both game 1 and game 2 against uThermal and Goblin, Spirit, he was just a bank. He was just a bank for MaxPax. He was just feeding him all the resources he needed to. In game 1, if you remember, MaxPax, he went massive Blink Stalker. I think it was on like 6 to 8 gateways. Game 2, of course, was fed all the resources for Mass Sky Toss, for Mass Carrier. We'll see if we can get there this time. Now, I'm sure Trigger and Clem were watching. I'm sure they were watching. I'm sure they were paying attention. And I'm curious to see what their response is going to be, what their answer is going to be. As MaxPax, he goes for a very greedy build, a gate into Nexus, a very greedy build here by MaxPax. Meanwhile, we have a 2-gate opener out of Clem and a 2-gate opener out of Trigger. Can these 2 great Protoss minds come up with an answer to the problem that is MaxPax and Spirit? As Spirit, he also goes for a Rax into CC, so economic openers all around. MaxPax, he did cut extra corners for a greedier build. Outside of that, nothing really to take note of. And we'll see if either Clem and Trigger invest into tech before expanding. We shall see. So now our players are building up. And for now, it is just going to be a double Adept Opener out of Trigger, double Stalker out of Clem, and both players are expanding. Okay, so both players are expanding. There's no early attack. There's no major early aggression outside of the initial units of choice. And MaxPax, he has his tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate. Oh, we know where this goes. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of MaxPax. Now, I am making the assumption that this is going to be Mass Phoenix. That is my assumption here, but we'll see if that's what he embraces. This could just be like an Oracle opener into Blink Stalkers, for example. We'll see. As here comes Team Red. The red team are coming in. Bunker is done, shield battery as well, just in time. Very well timed here for Spirit and MaxPax. Let up say to get behind the army. They at least try to. But nice moves here by MaxPax. He does fully wall off. He walls up, he walls off. Marines have a massive Adepts that trapped, and with that, the Adepts are going to be shut down. Trigger losing one, and losing the other as well. Oh, the other does shade away, thankfully. At the same time, Clem poking in, trying to punish the economy here of MaxPax. It is an Oracle opener out of MaxPax, by the way. Oracle into Void Ray. No Phoenixes. Which means we could see MaxPax tech and pivot away into Blink instead. Trigger and Clem, they do push in. They do shut down the initial tank. Nice pickup. Tank does go down. And both Trigger and Clem, they're embracing Blink. And again, if there was a Phoenix opener here, they would just be overwhelmed by the Mass Blink Stalker. So again, I do think this is very much so intentional by Trigger and Clem. This is also why Clem is not playing Terran, so both of them can be much more assertive, much more aggressive early on with these Blink Stalkers. Ooh, as the Void Ray does punish. Getting another Stalker as well. MaxPax just chasing the red team down. We'll see what they can do with Blink and how committed they become. How many gateways get thrown down if they go for a 2-base all-in, is what I'm getting at. Stasis goes off, catching out the Stalkers. Nice setup here by MaxPax. Meanwhile, Spirit rallying across the map as well. Building up his bio-tank. Stiff is on the way. Spirit moving in. Does catch out a Stalker. Goes down. Meanwhile, blue team not quite committing. A little bit of a more tentative move out. They pull away. They back off, and now we can embrace the mid game. Whew, okay, we can calm things down. I was curious about the extra gateways. There we go. We have 2 more gates on the way for Clem, 2 more gates on the way for Trigger as well. 4-gate Blink. 4-gate Blink for both players. No expansions yet. Oh, as I say that though, okay, 3rd base only for Clem, and Trigger expands as well. So they are both expanding. They're being active, that is true, but I believe there's no War Prism. Yeah, there's no Robo. There's no Robo for either player, so there's no War Prism. There's no reinforcements. What you see is what you get. They're only applying pressure and expanding back at home. Oh, ooh, as Clem does take a Stasis to the face. Stasis pops off. Oh, hello, Psychons. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. As Clem is getting called out, he has to blink the hell out of here. Up! Ooh, does blink away. Bleeds out a Stalker. At the same time, we have Trigger diving right into the main. Bold move. Does go for the dive. Catching out a tank. The repairs are not enough. And he recalls the hell out of here. We'll bleed out 1 Stalker, but just the 1. For a tank, well worth it. Is worth it for Trigger. MaxPax trying to chase down Clem. Gets 1 Stalker. Bit of an awkward engage here in the center. MaxPax pulling away. Oh. Going for the Void Ray. Void Ray is picked up. Spirit securing himself back at home, going for a third CC. And we are taking up into splash damage. We have the Bay on the way for Trigger. I would imagine for Colossus or Disruptors. Could be either or. MaxPax keeping up with those Wing Stalkers. Punishing Trigger. Getting into charge, getting into his own robo. Dark Shrine is on the way for MaxPax. And he thrives with the DTs. They are coming. Likewise on the way for Clem as well. They are keeping up. Trigger getting a fourth. Breaks on the way. We have the answer here. It is going to be Colossus first for Trigger, not Disruptor. Spirit and MaxPax to do breakouts. They force back the Stalkers just so Spirit can expand. Both now on 3 bases. MaxPax getting a fourth, but no committed move outs. Meanwhile, Clem also getting into his own splash damage. The Bay is on the way. Part of me would have liked to have seen both players tech in different directions. Maybe one player one player Colossus, the other player Storm, for example. But for the most part, it looks like both Trigger and Clem, they're kind of building up towards the same army compositions. Building up. Raise them into the main. A couple of cells are going to be dropped off. Ooh, the Prism goes down. So, at the same time, the armies, they try to push in, but the tanks, they hold the line. So the blue team defends, and likewise protects the main as well. So nice defense here by MaxPax and Spirit. They shut down the aggression. Colossus count building up for a Trigger. Getting up to a second Colossus. Yo, Shadow Stride for Clem. Let's go. Going for a blink of the DTs. Disruptors now in the mix. And again, we're able to get into a longer game state here between our teams. We are settling in. I do favor the red team when it comes to their tech. I mean, they already have their splash damage, they have their Colossus, they can get behind the cliff face and just wreak havoc. The Gas Geyser is targeted. Clem coming into support. As we are forced to recall. Spirit threatening a drop. Likewise, War Prism into the main base. DTs, they get in. And probes are going down. Going for a massive warp in as well. And MaxPax, he forces the armies back home. Just getting breathing room. Does take down the cannon. MaxPax, he moves out through the center. Spirit alongside him. They've gained map control. But they're going to be pushing into Disruptors. First never goes up. Oh! Ooh, friendly Trigger. Trigger, he kills Clem Zealots. Ay, ay, ay. I mean, I know it's not your army, but Pappy, come on. Oh, no. I can hear them yelling at each other via comms already. I can... As EMP does connect. Clem's like, mate, whose side are you on? What's going on, Pappy? As Spirit takes down the Northern Expansion, at the same time we do see a Trigger across the map. They are pushing in. Ooh, sniping the Disruptor. Disruptor goes down, Zelsay busts into the bases. I love that Trigger and Clem refuse to play Skytoss. Skytoss, I think, is less viable in this kind of game state. At least on the side of MaxPax, I should emphasize. I mean, again, I'm pretty sure that's why Trigger and Clem are playing double Protoss. As MaxPax is pushing through the center, Spirit as well. The tank line is brutal. Up! Nova goes up. Decent connection. But the last Trigger and Clem, they're being overwhelmed. They're just being forced further back. Bases are falling. And we have some reinforcements trickling in. They're getting on top of the tanks. And it looks like they might just barely hold on. Here comes Rumba here, the flank from the right-hand side. And they are holding. Nice control here by MaxPax. He pulls away. Saves the Colossus. And it is enough. Spirit, he sims on in. Takes out the Colossus one after the other. GG gets called. And MaxPax and Spirits, they will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Again, a more economic start from our blue team. Did almost forget which color they were. More economic start by the blue team. Very nice harassment across the map as well, which led into the eventual move out. Massive EMPs, tank positioning as well, and unfortunately, both Trigger and Clem had a very hard time engaging with the army and also working together as well. We saw a bit of friendly fire, but overall, very well done here from Spirit and MaxPax. And I'm curious if Clem and Trigger will commit to pure Protoss. We mentioned before that, if you remember, they switched to pure Protoss after they had fallen to the Mass Phoenix style of Status and Big Gabe. And again, this does kind of deter and does kind of deter the Stargate opener out of MaxPax, which is also why we didn't see a Stargate here. We'll see if that trend continues, as game 2 is going to be on Undercurrent. Okay, here we go. Once again, one of the newer maps in the map pool. Of the newer maps. And we are going to be mixing it up here. Okay, you have my attention. In the top right-hand corner, we have the red team, and we have one of our players off racing. Kappa. It is going to be the Protoss and Trigger, and this time, not the Protoss, but the Terran in Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the opposing duo, the Terran and the Protoss. It is Spirit and MaxPax. Now, I do think that something like a Stargate opener is going to be a little more possible here for MaxPax. I'm curious if Trigger goes for a Stargate as well. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on our players here. And again, I mean, after losing game 1, we do see that Clem and Trigger, they are mixing it up and switching their races. Part of me, though, I don't know. Part of me is feeling that, are we switching too soon? Have we given up on the double Protoss too soon? We'll see. As we're going to be loading into a much larger map. Much larger map. We have a pocket expansion, of course. We're sharing the main. We are also sharing the natural as well. I'm curious what the plan is going to be. As again, we are allowing the players to switch their races mid-series. They are allowed to. See Clem taking the faster gases here, as a Trigger did get the gas for him. Do love to see it. The teamwork. Let's go. As MaxPax once again going for a gate into Nexus, a more greedy economic opener here out of MaxPax. But again, do we open Stargate? That's what I want to know. There was a Stargate opener in the previous game out of MaxPax, true, but it was just Oracle into Void Ray into Ground Toss, of course. There we go, CC on the high ground, Spirit playing it safe. Oh wait, well, my apologies. Also, do you hear like that growling? What's yeah, it's... I don't think we've... There it is. I don't think we've had that in a ladder map before. I don't recall like casting like a game and having like these jungle noises in the background. Let's go. Oh, you can hear like the Leviathan. Okay. I mean, it's becoming a little bit excessive. We're getting a lot of animal noises, but it's fine. It's specifically in this area here. And it's not here. Interesting. It's on the blue side. Oh, they're animals. As we have Spirit going for a later expansion. It's like I'm getting like Jurassic Park like ambience vibes. Like, what's happening? Is there any tournament which doesn't allow race switching mid-series? I believe some... Ooh. I believe some tournaments do force you to pick a race and to stick with the race. I think some of the SE Boy events were like that, where they didn't allow race switching. I think an example of that is WTL, for example. Like WTL, because the races have to be picked ahead of time, you can't like switch. You can't like switch it up. And I want to say some WCS tournaments back in the day were like that as well, if I recall correctly. Oh. What is it with the blue side of the map? Just the non-stop growling. God damn. And once again, Mass Phoenix. It is going to be Mass Phoenix here at a MaxPax. As we mentioned, this is more viable against a Terran and Protoss duo than a double Protoss duo instead. So this is why we didn't see this in game 1, but we're seeing this here in game number 2. So Spirit, his goal here, as you can see, he is not skipping macro cycles. I mean, kind of he is, but he is spending his money. Spirit, he's not making anything because he's giving all of his resources to MaxPax to allow for a Mass Phoenix. And I'm curious to see if Clem and Trigger have an answer for this, because I'm sure they know what's coming their way. Like, they watched the previous series, the semifinals. They know that MaxPax and Spirit have done this before, and the potential that this has as well. As we see Blink on the way for Trigger. Meanwhile, Clem building up. Phoenixes, they do head in between the bases. They go for the Cyclone. Boys are being pulled to repair, and they will save it. Cyclone is saved. Phoenixes, they force back. Rotate between the bases. Catching out a probe. That's crazy. I was just thinking Jurassic Park. Yeah, like that's what that's what it sounds like. Like you can hear it here as well. It's like this specific location. Like that's why here and up here as well. It's nice, but I would appreciate if the frequency was a little bit lower, because it's just non-stop. It's like, make these dinosaurs. They're getting rowdy. As Phoenixes, they do get eyes on the gold, unable to deny it, and so far I should say that these Phoenixes, they have not really gotten much value. They've not gotten much damage. So far, Clem and Trigger, they're keeping up. They're keeping up with the Phoenixes. So far, so good. Trigger going for the dive. Last MaxPax committing here to the run by. Getting to the mineral lines. Probes are going down. Oh, Jesus. As he goes by the natural into the third base, into the pocket base. Forced to recall, and... Ooh, one Phoenix. One Phoenix goes down. So far, 2 Phoenix kills for 20 for Jesus. Trigger bleeding out 20 workers. Oh my god. Leave Trigger alone. As they'll take a massive blow to his economy. MaxPax committing, going to the fleet beacon into into Phoenix range. Alongside +1. And here comes the move out. They've had enough defending. Trigger and Clem, they send everything across the map. And remember, there's actually not much at home to defend. There's 3 tanks. MaxPax has to turn back around. They're vulnerable. Tanks going to be going down one after the other. MaxPax out of position. And they're going for the all-in. And again, Mass Phoenix on its own. It's not going to be good enough. He needs a tank support. Alas, there are no more tanks. And Clem and Trigger, it looks like they will break through at least the natural. Phoenix are trying to hold on. But again, I appreciate the killer instinct here for Trigger and Clem. If they had stayed back at home, they would be outscaled, 100%. So they had to attack here and now. Factory goes down, they get another tank. Phoenix are doing what they can, but there's plenty of anti-air. The Marines, they Stalkers, they work together. GG gets called. And Clem and Trigger, they tie up the series. Spirit, he's still in there. He's... There we go. GG gets called, and we have a back and forth. Let's go. GG. I do apologize. I did forget to set up the in-game overlay, the in-game score. We're tied up 1-1. GG, well played. I do wish that we got to spend more time on the dinosaur map though, but it's fine, it's fine. As we do have a series, we have a back and forth. We're getting into game 3. Game 3 is going to be on Rohana. Okay, I don't think, have we seen this map yet? I don't think we have. We have not. Okay, this map has been vetoed more often than not, but we get to experience it here in the best of 5. Let's go. And this time there we go. We'll fix up the in-game scores. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rohana, we have the duo themselves with a little bit of momentum on their side. We have the French Terran, we have the Canadian Protoss, we have Trigger and Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the other Terran and Protoss duo. We have Spirit and MaxPax. Okay, they did attempt that more risky style of going Mass Phoenix and Spirit just feeding everything to MaxPax. As we saw when it came to defense though, MaxPax was out of position, he was out on the map, the tanks were exposed, and without that tank support, Mass Phoenix cannot take a fight against that ground-based army. But now there's a reason why this map has been vetoed every single best of 3. It's been vetoed every single time. The reason for this, we don't share the main bases. It's a bit of a rarer sight, but so far in most of these maps, we share the main so we can defend together, we can fight together. Alas, that is not the case here. We are spread out. The natural is shared, at least. The natural, you know, we can share it here on the low ground. Meanwhile, the third base is also very exposed, very isolated third bases. Likewise, there's a path directly through the center as well. So a much more exposed map overall, much more vulnerable map. We'll see how our players do adjust. And the rush distance by ground seems to be a lot shorter as well, a lot more direct, just going right through the center, just a direct line across the map. So I would imagine that something like a Stargate opener into Mass Phoenix won't be too viable here, as you would be vulnerable to those committed pushes, similar to what we just saw. At any moment, if Clem and Trigger decide to just send it across the map, then MaxPax and Spirit will have a much harder time defending. So we should be seeing a different style, a different build. For now, double gas, enjoy a faster factory. Meanwhile, we have our natural bases on the way from Clem and Trigger. So much more economic from our blue team. Oh, I say blue team. Guys. We no longer have the team color unison here. So the NA team, what do we of Clem and Trigger. As Spirit and MaxPax are setting up back at home. We'll be expanding. At least MaxPax is. And we have the tech of choice from Trigger. It's going to be a Twilight Council. Could be that initial Twilight Council opener. But the difficult thing that's going to be about defending these bases as a Spirit, he expands here out in the open. Okay. Interesting. This shows that MaxPax, he's pulling the shots. He's calling the shots, I should say. MaxPax, he is free to establish himself here on these 3 bases. He has this very comfortable 3-way setup. Spirit is the one that's looking a little bit more awkward with his exposed base, with exposed expansion. But okay. At least MaxPax is comfortable. That's what it's all about. MaxPax is the carry. He's the AD carry and Spirit is the support. I see. As likewise, we have our tech of choice. Once again, Blink. So Blink from both players. As we mentioned, it does feel like on this map specifically, something like Mass Stargate play is less viable. Just because you are so much more vulnerable to a ground attack. We have the gateway explosion. 5 gate setup here. 6 gates even. And I thought so. Spirit, once again, he's not making anything from the factory. He's not making anything from the racks either. Spirit, he is feeding all of his resources to MaxPax, and he's going into Mass Blink Stalker. If you recall, we did see this actually previously when Spirit and MaxPax played against HeRoMaRine. Sorry, not HeRoMaRine. When they played against uThermal and Goblin. There was that build where I believe Max actually went up to 8 gates real quick into Mass Blink Stalker. Speaking of, MaxPax setting up a proxy across the map on 6 gateways and a Dark Shrine as well. Meanwhile, Clem is building up his bio tank. Building up his Marines, getting into eventually his bio upgrades. MaxPax poking in, diving on the Cyclone. Cyclone goes down. Uh-oh. Cyclone does fall, and Clem, he's been quite greedy here. He doesn't really have much of an army. Okay, Marines, they do respond. They at least try to. These are vanilla Marines, bear that in mind. As MaxPax, he's looking to overwhelm. Going for the bunker. The bunker is going to be targeted. Bunker does fall, repairs not in time. And again, this area, this entry point into the natural is just so exposed. It's so wide open. There's no high ground. There's no ramp. The defender's advantage is far weaker here on Rohana. As MaxPax is forced back. Reinforcements on the way. Coming in from behind. Attempting to flank the army, but Trigger, he holds. Trigger, he holds on. Spirit, he is making some tanks back at home. Let's go. Still mainly just feeding his opponent, or feeding his teammate, I should say. As MaxPax is up to 7 gateways. And just pure Stalker. But he's pushing into Immortals. He gets one. One Immortal goes down. The other Immortal as well, just keeping the Immortal count low. Oh, but that was not a free trade. MaxPax, he bleeds out a lot of Stalkers in the process. And MaxPax's army, it's all about just massing up and overwhelming. He's barely not. He's having a hard time getting that momentum. Clem going for a double drop across the map. Stim is going to finish up this time. MaxPax, meanwhile, he does come across the main army. Come across the Immortal. Has to respect it, has to back up. Double drop into the natural. Do we have a recall? Oh, not quite. There it is. There's a recall back home. MaxPax bleeding out Stalkers, leaving some units behind. And MaxPax is being torn apart. And again, typically, the longer this goes on, the worse it's going to be for MaxPax. Ooh, takes out a full medevac. But again, this style, when you feed a player, it's so heavily reliant on momentum. So heavily reliant. DTs, they slip into the bases. Okay, let's go. DTs and all the mineral lines. They're still wreaking havoc. They're causing chaos. They're forcing Clem and Trigger back home. As still that DT at the natural. Oof. Getting another SCV. And this is giving MaxPax and Spirit some breathing room. Now, Spirit, he is finally investing into his own army. He's stopping. He has stopped feeding. Getting to Stim, combat shields, his own tanks. Building up his own force. As the initial plan to overwhelm did fail. Ooh. A bit of miscontrol there by MaxPax. Bleeding out some Stalkers. Dropping to the main. Once again, keeping MaxPax busy. Nice snipe. Catching out the Archon. Archon goes down, and Trigger is pushing right through the left-hand side. MaxPax not quite in position. And the Nexus is going to go down. MaxPax otherwise preoccupied. The base falls. I mean, MaxPax doesn't really have much of a main army anymore. And Trigger and Clem, they're just snowballing out of control at this point. Just pulling Spirits and MaxPax apart. Clem has a massive army. For now, just going for drop play. He is spotted. Spirit, he's playing from behind because he was feeding his opponents, oh sorry, his teammates so much. It means that he's been, his own upgrades, his own tech is late. Spirit needs more time to recover. And here come Clem and Trigger. Let's go. Looks like they're fixated on MaxPax. A little bit indecisive. Where are we going? Pushing right down mid instead. And again, this is the big feature, the big exposed section here of Rohana. You can just ignore the bases and go straight for the natural instead. As nice force fields. They do slow down the push, but the tank is going to fall. And Clem, he stims in. He stims and he wins. There's nothing left to defend. There's no tanks in position. The tanks were over at the third base location instead. Spirit, he was spread out. There is a drop across the map. Spirit, he's getting some damage done. But GG gets called. MaxPax, he gets broken. Spirit as well. And Clem and Trigger, they take a lead in the series. GG. GG, well played. Again, this feeding style that MaxPax and Spirit have been trying to rely upon, clearly Trigger and Clem, they are a lot more comfortable against it. To punish it, to shut it down time and time and time again. Clearly, it feels like we need a different approach. Feels like we need a very different approach here. And we're going to be experiencing a map for the first time tonight. Up next, we're going to be loading into Yellow Jacket. I have no idea what this map looks like. I have no idea. Let's go. One of the newer maps in the 2v2 map pool. Don't forget to stretch. Oh, is this the map where there are goal bases? Let's find out. Let us find out. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Yellow Jackets, we have our Terran and Protoss duo leading the series 2-1, one game away from becoming this month's 2v2 uThermal Circuit January champions. It's a bit of a mouthful. It is Trigger and Clem. This map is quite large, actually. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the blue team. Oh, we have red team and blue team. We have the blue team. We have MaxPax and Spirit. Let's go. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Oh, there's the Yellow Jacket. Let's go. We have the bees. Or the wasps. It's all good. As we are initially going to be moving out. This format could have been so good if they would have cared and modded it and balanced it for 2v2 or 3v3. I don't know if there's necessarily consensus that the game mode is unbalanced if you allow feeding. I think that is the opinion that people don't enjoy seeing that, but I don't know if that is necessarily unbalanced. I mean, we've seen both Clem and Trigger shutting it down multiple times already in this series. So the idea that it is like an unbeatable strategy clearly is not true. But if you're of the opinion that it isn't as fun to watch, like entertainment-wise, I think I would agree with that. I think I do prefer if that weren't necessarily a part of this. Regardless, what I will say is that these games and this series and the tournament so far has been quite enjoyable. Like, even with some of those games where you would have a player feeding another, that isn't necessarily... Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's taken away from the enjoyment of the event. From my understanding, I believe uThermal, he is thinking about maybe adding a mod to adjust things coming into the next monthly, but I don't think anything's set in stone yet. But I believe he is thinking about it for sure, to see if it does benefit or not the event itself. As we are loading in. Now, what I will say here about Yellow Jackets, it is a much larger map in the map pool, so going into Mass Phoenix, I think, is a lot more viable here. If you recall, the reason why I wasn't really looking forward to a Phoenix style on the previous map on Rohana is because how small the map is and how short the rush distance is by ground. So I don't think it's really viable to go Mass Phoenix. Here on Yellow Jacket, based on what we're seeing, at least currently, based on the more defendable base layout here with the ramps, with the choke point, likewise with the shared main base as well, with the shared natural, there are a lot more defensive features, longer rush distance by ground as well. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but okay, it's going to be Oracle. It's going to be Oracle, not Phoenix. Meanwhile, we do have our Twilight Council Blink-based opener here from Trigger. And hopefully we can enjoy a longer back and forth game. But Yellow Jackets, are they wasps or are they bees? I'm not entirely certain. Can you just look it up? Hold on. Yeah, there was. Yeah, thought so. I appreciate the theme though. Very yellow and black. Very thematic. Referring to the map. As the Oracle does get across the map, going for the stasis. Oh! Catching out a probe. As the Oracle is going to be zoned away. Cornered here. In between the bases. So far, good defense here by Clem and Trigger. Adept into natural, Reaper into the main. Getting full scouts, but should be cleaned up without getting too much damage done. As we are gearing up towards the mid game. Once again, blink play from both sides. Once again, bio tank from both sides as well. But this time, of course, Spirit is no longer feeding. As we did mention, the games where Spirit has attempted to feed MaxPax have not gone well so far. Not in this series, not in this matchup, not against Clem and Trigger. As Clem and Trigger, they've done an amazing job so far at punishing whenever that happens, at recognizing the vulnerabilities of MaxPax and Spirit, and abusing that. So instead, we have a bit of a more standard setup here. Extra gateways finishing up. MaxPax is being active. No longer purple. He's teal. And there's something about the lighting on this map. There's like a very strong light on the left-hand side, so it's making the contrast like pop out that much more. As we do have Ozio going to be pushing out. Again, MaxPax just applying some pressure. The stasis does pop off. Ooh, double the stasis even. Trigger, he gets caught out, but there isn't quite enough here for MaxPax to push in as the tank is in position and this base should be held. Trigger and Clem, they should be able to hold on. MaxPax forced back. Behind this, we have Spirit investing into further production, getting into Stim, into more bio, tank production as well, getting his own third base up and running. We are building up. Yo, Dark Shrine on the way. Let's go. Getting into DTs. Oh, not again. Trigger. That's the third stasis he's taken to the face. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Stasis pops off. And this time, Trigger, he's going to be punished for it. Tank goes down. Spirit and MaxPax are setting up to collapse on the army. Yeah, Clem, he has to commit. He has to try to save these stalkers, and he will. Forces back Team Blue. Blue team is forced back. Catching out some stalkers. Missed movement here from MaxPax. And Trigger gets saved. Trigger, he is saved. As both armies are building up. Getting their fourth bases up and running. At least fourth base for Trigger. Pushing up into these tanks, not going to be easy though. As the blue team, they have the high ground. They have the stronger defensive setup with tanks, sensor tower, bunker as well. Even some Sim City, some depots. Oh, but Clemmy shoots first. Okay, nice scan. Does catch a tank. Very nicely done. Does that position Spirit. Same time, DTs are waddling in. You do get a couple of SCVs, a couple of Marines as well. Another scan is required. Ooh, Cyclone falls. MaxPax just being as annoying as possible. Just crashing across the map. Likewise, Clemmy does get within range of the gas geyser. Getting a couple of SCVs. Army stimming in, catching at the Immortal. And nice done here by Spirit. The Immortal goes down the tank as well. The red team have to get the hell out of here. They have to pull back. But still very tense between the two players. Meanwhile, MaxPax warping into the main. As Else and DTs, they do get into the main base. Clem otherwise distracted. SCVs are going down. Likewise, Trigger trying to race back home as well. Is getting out of hand. As that is going to be 15 dead SCVs. Clem having a hard time. Meanwhile, here comes Spirit. Does move out. Upgrades are even. 1-1 on both sides. But Trigger and Clem, they're not quite in position. And blue team pushing into the base. There's a tank behind this. But the tank goes down. With these reinforcements, we can hold on though. Barely not. Not enough fire, not enough Marines. Zella Warbrain does come in. Trying to force some friendly fire. And it looks like they barely cannot hold this one tank doing so much of the back line. Massive shots going off. Clem's army melts. GG gets called. They get broken at the same time. Drop into the main base, catching reinforcements as well. And Spirit and MaxPax, they tie up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Again, there was a massive warp-in still catching reinforcements in the main. Just pulling Clem apart. And with that, we're going to game 5. We're going all the way. We're going the distance here. Game 5 is going to be on Crimson Research Lab. Let's go. And again, I appreciate that that in this series we saw the attempted kind of feeding style or feeding strategy attempted and failed, and we see that Spirit and MaxPax, they don't have to just play that style here to win games, to take series, and to force an ace match. So we have more of a back and forth, and regardless of how this goes, this is the final game of the series. It all ends here. All ends on Crimson. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Crimson Research Lab, we have our initial duo. We have the Canadian Protoss, the French Terran. We have Trigger and Clem. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have their opponents. We have the European duo. We have the Danish Protoss. We have the Polish Terran. It is Spirit and MaxPax. Let's go. Let us go. As welcome to, I would say, I think the largest map in the 2v2 map pool. It's a very large map. It takes a long time to get across the map as well. Long rush distance by ground. Likewise, a lot of space in between the bases. I would not be opposed to Stargate play here, to be honest, but we'll see. We'll see how players will approach this. It's very wide open in the center of the map as well. So a lot of potentials for surround to catch out an army. Very difficult to kite back and use terrain to take better engagements. As a Terran, for example. So we'll see how our players do approach this. Important to note as well that Clem, he has switched back to Terran for most of this series. He started with Protoss, did fumble with Protoss, and has fallen back on his Terran instead. Let's go. Didn't switch back. As our naturals are being taken. Likewise, MaxPax going for his own gate expand. I believe Trigger did the same. Yep, we have the mirrored build so far between the Protoss players. Likewise, we have Clem going for a more economic start, going for a Rax expand. Meanwhile, we have Spirits going double gas. Double gas opener out of Spirits going for a faster factory. This can lead into early Reaper Hellion aggression. It can lead into early Cyclone, early Banshee, early Tank. Even an early Mine Drop. We'll see what Spirit commits into. I think recently it's just been Reaper Hellion, just for harassment and for scouting. As it was the earlier scouts. Meanwhile, Stargate opener here from MaxPax. And does he revert back to Mass Stargate, Mass Phoenix? Again, I can see it working a little bit better on this map just because of how large it is. At the same time, there are a lot of entry points into the natural here. There are two points of entry, likewise very wide areas as well. That might be enough of a deterrent. We'll see. As we have the initial double Reaper dipping in, zone back. So far, Trigger and Clem, they're keeping up. They are able to keep up. Spirit, he does slip in towards the mineral line. But Trigger, he shades. Ooh, the Reapers, they get into the main though. But Hellions towards the natural. Hellion goes down. Adepts towards the natural base. Reapers, they catch a couple of probes. They get one, they get two. Two probes go down, getting up, getting a third probe. 3 probe kills, and we have the answer. MaxPax, he's going for the second Stargate. He's going into Mass Phoenix. Now, again, what really hurt MaxPax and Spirit previously when going for this and when they were shut down was how short the rush distance was by ground. If you remember, both Clem and Trigger, they got up to 2.5 base saturation. They built up a death bull of a bio army, and when they moved out, MaxPax was out of position. They were able to take down Spirit's tanks and then snowball from there. They were able to punish the lack of defenses back at home and the fact that MaxPax was out on the map. Here, though, the map is larger, and we'll see if MaxPax can respond to the aggression this time. Zero goes in. Trigger, he doesn't get the full scout. He does see 2 Phoenixes. That is a tell. And you should also see the fact that the factory is not making anything. So no production here from the factory, no production from the racks. Once again, Spirit, he is feeding MaxPax, giving him everything he has. And we need to see a more aggressive response from our opposing team. Oh, but it was a Stargate opener. That's unfortunate. So because of the Stargate opener here, Trigger, he has to go into his own Phoenixes, into delayed blink or delayed charge. The problem here, though, is that he will be behind in the Phoenix count. He's going to be down in Phoenixes, so he has to fight with ground support. And MaxPax, he has potential. Catch out the first Phoenix. Brutal loss. 1 Phoenix goes down. Oh no. He gets a Phoenix. Takes out the Cyclone as well. Getting another Phoenix. Came with the production. And Trigger and Clem, they're in trouble. They're in a lot of trouble here. As Marines, they respond. For now, they're holding onto the main. But MaxPax, he has a lot of momentum. He has a lot of momentum already. Just maintaining that air control. Taking down 2 Phoenixes, catching a couple of SCVs. You can see now Trigger going into Blink, but Blink is far later than it otherwise should have been because of the Stargate. So just a really unfortunate start here for Trigger. Very unfortunate. Back at home, Spirit, he's squeezing out a couple of tanks here and there for that defense, in case there is an all-in. Max actually does get into the mineral line, wreaking havoc. Workers are going down. Clem trying to keep up. He has no stim. And these pieces have been quite successful, getting even more SCVs. Clem just caught out of position. Yo, we got the turret. Turret in the mineral line, it helps. It takes down 1 Phoenix. But that was still, what, half a mineral line falling. Oof. That was, what, 7 SCVs or 7 probes. Catching out the drop. Clem bleeding out some supply here. Taking out 2 Metamax. And here comes the move out. Unfortunately, though, this is going to hit a lot weaker. Or there's going to be that much less to work with than before. Gets 2 Phoenixes. Back at home, what's the setup looking like here? You see Spirit trying to get in position. Trigger and Clem, they pull away. This makes sense. They've kind of missed their timing. They've missed their window. They pull back home. They get their 3rd bases up and running. When it comes to saturation, I mean, the worker counts are comparable, but Trigger, he's still behind. He lost a lot of probes. Trying to keep up. MaxPax, he isn't done. And he's already working towards carriers. Making 4 carriers at a time. And that is the win condition for MaxPax. It's going to be mass carrier. Can he get there? I think he can. I mean, looking at Clem here, he's waiting for his upgrades. 1-1, combat shields. Armory is on the way for 2-2. This tells us that these 2 players are most likely aren't going to move out anytime soon. They're stuck at home. And MaxPax with the 1v2. Now again, Spirit, he is building up that tank count. Again, it's so important here that he does have these tanks to defend. As we've seen already in this series, the Phoenixes on their own have a very hard time defending against a committed 2-base push, or these double army moves outs, I should say. Defending against 2 players, what I'm getting at. So far, the tank count is getting higher. The carrier army is building up. Spirit, he has his own army. Oof, stasis goes off, saving the Phoenixes. MaxPax is all over this. And here we go. They're coming together as one. Clem Blackbear's all running into tanks. Oh my god. And the tank volleys are brutal. Likewise, MaxPax trying to pick up some stray units. He is punished. A couple of Phoenixes go down. But the carriers have arrived and there is no answer. There's no setup. Unlike previously, there's no Tempest, there's no Archons. Just purely Marine Stalker. The carriers are not on their own, they have that tank support. There you go, Trigger, he dives in, does focus down 2 of those tanks, gets one of the carriers, he gets 1, he gets 2. 2 carriers go down. But the others survive. MaxPax, he stands his ground. Mothership has made it. And those are some decent pickups here from Clem and Trigger. But Trigger still falling behind. Still stuck with purely Blink Stalker. Oh, that's another stasis. Oh god, the stasis traps, they just keep going. That one Oracle from the start of the game. Still alive. So they do harass to catch out a couple of SCVs. Vikings as well. Key pickups. Going for the mineral line. Likewise, Clem, he attempted a Doom drop. Spirit was ready. Spirit, he was prepared. And MaxPax, what's terrifying is that he's about to max out. He's about to max out, almost had 200 supply. MaxPax gets supply blocked. But we've already seen, what was it, 22 carriers? Sorry, I think it was 17. 17 carriers just moving across the map like that's we've seen that before, and we could see that again. Oh boy. As we're getting up to 14 carriers. Spirit dropping across the map. Ooh, shutting down the 4th base of Trigger. And again, Trigger is the odd one out. Both Spirit and MaxPax are about to max. Trigger, he's still at half their supply. Clem is max, but Trigger, he needs support. There's a cloak. It's going to be a 1v2. Clem, he's on his own. He's on his own against 2 armies. 2 maxed out armies. And Trigger, Clem, he cannot keep up. Trigger across the map instead. Going for a counterattack. But MaxPax and Spirit, they're snowballing out of control. They are pushing in. And again, the reason why Trigger was slowed down so much this game was because of all the harass. It was Trigger whose bases were falling, or whose workers were falling as well, to the Phoenix harassment, to the drop play of Spirit as well. And Trigger, he wasn't quite able to recover. Oh god, that's the carriers, they're here. Just came with the production. Shutting down the bio. There's the cloak. One mothership goes down. And he gets 1 carrier, he gets 2. 2 carriers fall. Almost a 3rd, but GG gets called as MaxPax, he snowballs out of control. And MaxPax and Spirits, they will take the series 3-2, becoming our very first uThermal 2v2 circuit champion for the month of January. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to MaxPax and Spirits as they do claim the series. but shout out to Clem and Trigger because they made a series out of it, went all the way to the ace match. I also appreciate that twice in this series we did see that feeding style fail, and it even forced Spirit and MaxPax to play in a different fashion and have success with it, you know, have success with that instead. So bear that in mind, is that we did have some proper mid games, proper or more standard kind of like bio tank and stalker gateway compositions that both MaxPax and Spirit did excel with and did overwhelm with. They actually won 2 games with that. It was just the final game that they were able to win with that mass Skytilt, of course, with all the carriers. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Spirit and MaxPax, and Clem and Trigger, they do tap out. And again, do hope to see these players once again next month. For those that are curious, this is a new circuit that uThermal has begun. He is going to be hosting this on a monthly basis, and as I mentioned, uThermal, he is thinking about potentially changing some of the rule sets for the month of February. Again, just making sure, even if it's not necessarily balance focused, more entertainment focused as well. Also, shout out to uThermal because I believe he reached peak viewership when hosting this event, and likewise for the next month we are also slotted to be running the event as well. For those that are curious, myself and Kuro, the Ducklings, we were adminning and running the event. We were not able to cast it live because we were working behind the scenes, so unfortunately we weren't able to cast it live ourselves, but that's why we have gained access to the replays, and we can do a replay cast later on instead. As we will be there adminning and making sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible. Shout out to Carolyn as well, as the 3 of us, we were all working together. It was a lot of fun. Those that are curious, we do admin events from time to time as well, so we at least have experience there. And uThermal, he was more than willing to, you know, work with us and to allow us to help out. So shout out to uThermal, shout out to uThermal, much love to Mark. And with that, GG, well played. After a successful first event and so many signups and so many teams, I look forward to how the second event turns out. More importantly, because we actually have a more consistent team game event, not just this, but also the Wardy events as well. I'm excited to see how the meta shifts over time. I mentioned this before, but again, there really hasn't been a serious events or serious consistent events for team games in a very, very long time. So I'm pretty sure, I would imagine that the meta of 2v2 has been quite stagnant, but now there's a little bit more attention on it, it can grow, it can foster, and it can change over time. And especially if we see something like a change to remove the ability to share resources, then it will force players to take a different approach here, to take a different approach entirely. We'll see. But again, as we saw, it's not like Spirit and MaxPax had to rely on that style throughout the series. They won 2 out of the 3 games not feeding each other. So clearly they have the chops within them to take down Clem and Trigger in different ways. Regardless, GG, well played. And with that, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time here this morning for the uThermal 2v2 circuit. And we are going to be back in how many hours? In 7 hours. In 7 hours time, we are going to be back. We're going to be live on this channel with what? With the Masters Coliseum, with another tournament. Again, I think every day this month we have 2 casts a day, so it's going to be very intense. It's a lot of StarCraft. It's a lot of StarCraft. So today we have uThermal's. Wait, actually, do I have the technology? Hold on. As we switch our scenes over, yeah, there it is. Let's go. So you can see the weekend here. We have let's have a look here. We have the uThermal 2v2 event. You can see on Sunday. There it is, 9 AM KST. We just finished up with uThermal's 2v2 circuit. Later on tonight at 9 PM KST, we have Masters Coliseum. Tomorrow, we have the OC Season Championship Bracket B. That is going to be tomorrow on Monday. Likewise, we have the Wardy TV Monday as well. On Tuesday, we have the Pigosaur Monday, which is on Tuesday, alongside Little League Cup. On Wednesday, we have a Lima League with Little League Cup as well. On Thursday, we have the Pondcast alongside Master Coliseum, alongside OSC, the OSC Playoffs Championship. So there's 3 events on Thursday. On Friday, we have another day of the OSC Championship and Masters Coliseum. and so on and so on. Next week, Saturday, we actually have the House Galactic Battle. For those that are unaware, for those who do not know, for those that have not been watching StarCraft over the past couple of years here on the channel, the House Galactic Battle is a big offline event happening in Poland, where the best players face off. Players like Spirit, Alazer, Christiana, Geralt, Art, and many others. They all face off in a big LAN event. This has been happening for the past couple of years, and we are the official English stream, so we're going to be covering that on Saturday as well. That should be like a 14-hour cast, so it's gonna be a big day. It's gonna as it always is, as it always is, because it's a big event with like an early like group stage into the playoff bracket, and it's all casted in one day. It's a one-day event, so it's literally all day. It's just all day, non-stop Polish StarCraft. That's going to be next week on Saturday, followed by, you know, more Masters Coliseum, more Wardy TV, all that good stuff. I also have the replays of another event. I have the replays of Enki. He hosted a Christmas event, a Christmas invitational on Christmas Day, and he did share those replays with us. There was no English cast. Only a Spanish cast. For those who do not know, Enki, he is a Spanish caster and Spanish organizer. He's a good friend, good friend here to the Ducklings, and did share those replays. So we're going to be going over the Enki Invitational at some point next week as well. Right now, we don't have any room this week, but next week, we should be able to slot it in and find a nice time slot for it. For the non-stop casting that is January. Let's go. Let us go. Let's go. I miss Master Coliseum. Yes, Master Coliseum has been going on for the past 2 days. And tonight is going to be, I believe, it is going to be Astray versus Spirit. It's going to be Astray versus Spirit and Zan versus... What am I thinking of? Gumiho, that's it. Astray, Spirit, Zan, Gumiho. So 2 TVPs are going to be tonight, so look forward to it. Those are elimination matches. Elimination matches, 2 best of 5s. Look forward to it. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for support. We do appreciate it. I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. And again, tune in next month for the next 2v2 uThermal circuit for the month of February. Oh boy. Otherwise, you can follow us. You can follow us if you enjoyed the content. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings, as we are all over the place. We post whenever we go live. VODs are available on YouTube as well. Just catching up in the chat. Sarah Oliveira lost the Hero plus Dark. Oh, okay, I remember. It's been a long time, but I missed them. The cast is live via replays. There we go. But yeah, with that, I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I hope you all had a great time. You can follow us, you can subscribe to our YouTube. We upload VODs on a daily basis, so plenty of content on YouTube every single day. All the VODs are there. Otherwise, we'll see you guys in 7 hours, or whenever we see you next, whether it's in 7 hours or tomorrow or the day after or the day after that. We are live every single day, so plenty of content as always here on the CranKy Ducklings. See you when we see you. Until then, thanks for watching. Hasta luego. Ciao. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.